All right. The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-07, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Gucati and Gucati&Haradinaj.
Thank you. Any change in appearances, Mr. Potch?
Good morning, Your Honor, and to everyone. The only change in appearance is that we are joined today by Benjamin Dearden, legal intern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potch. Mr. Rees?
No change, Your Honor.
Mr. Warboys?
No change, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm sorry. We recognize that Mr. Gucati and Mr. Haradinaj are present in the courtroom. We're ready to continue with the next witness, number 1241, Ms. Taibeh Miftari. Madam Court Officer, or Court Usher, please bring the witness in.
Just to inform Your Honor, Ms. Stevenson will be taking this witness.
Thank you. There's a slight delay, just a couple of minutes. Ms. Stevenson, you were present in court yesterday. I told Mr. Rees that he would read out the statement except for the paragraphs that he agreed not to, but we have discussed that, and we'd like to do that slightly differently. We would first ask the witness, we would ask you to please ask the witness if her statement is accurate and the rules under 154. We would then have a discussion concerning the admissibility of the document, and then we will have you read out the entire document that is admitted. If that's understood? Understood? Okay. It seemed a bit more logical to us to do it that way. Any problem with that process, Mr. Potch?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Miss The court usher will now provide you with a text of a solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of the rules. So you may proceed.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Ms. Miftari, today we will hear your testimony. As you know, Ms. Stevenson will go first. She will ask you some questions about your statement. Then the court will have a brief discussion about your statement, and once that is done, the admitted part of your statement will be read into the record. Then Ms. Stevenson might ask you some more questions if she has any. Next, the lawyers representing Mr. Haradinaj may ask you some questions as well. Then it will be the prosecution's turn, and members of the panel, we judges, may have some questions for you as well. Ms. Stevenson's estimates for your examination will be about 15 minutes, but the prosecution will be questioning you for a longer period of time. The panel may allow re-examination by the defense if conditions for it are met. Please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. Please also speak into the microphones and try to wait about 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. While you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. All right, Ms. Stevenson.
Good morning, Ms. Muhtari.
Good morning.
By asking you to confirm your full name and date of birth, please.
My name is Taibe Miftari, born on the 12th of May 1990.
Sir, could I please ask you to bring up on the screen the English and Albanian versions of the statement? That's exhibit number DHG0226-DHG0231, that's the English version, and DHG0159-DHG0164 for the Albanian version. Please. Yeah, thanks. So, Ms. Muhtari, you should have a copy of the statement in front of you in Albanian. Could you please go to the last page of the statement? And can you see that there's 40 paragraphs of the statement?
Yes.
2021. Is that right?
Yes.
Last page.
Yes.
Can you confirm that you've read the statement recently?
Yes.
Could you please confirm that the statement accurately reflects your evidence and what you would say if you were directly examined about it by the defence? Okay, let's take that in stages. Can you confirm that the statement accurately reflects your evidence?
Yes.
And if we were to ask you questions about the events of 2020, that you would answer in the same way as you have in your statement?
Yes.
I want to say we would like to have the statement admitted. Please.
Sorry, I know the SBO objects to 2 paragraphs. Mr. Potch, can you please state on the record your reasons for the objection?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, that's correct. The 2 paragraphs we object to are part of paragraph 35, which is all of it but the first 2 sentences, and we also object to the admission of paragraph 40. And the reasons for the objection is the irrelevance of those, of the content of those paragraphs or the excerpt of the paragraphs to the charges against the accused. And as previously set out, we feel that using Rule 154 should not circumvent the requirements of Rule 138, which means that if something were not to be deemed relevant, were to be elicited viva voce, neither should it be admitted as part of a statement pursuant to Rule 154. And of course, it is entirely possible to admit a statement in part. Those are our submissions, Your Honor.
Mr. Rees, I'm sorry, Ms. Stevenson, anything to respond?
Thank you. We don't accept that they're not relevant, but we don't seek to adduce them, so we have no objection to not reading them out.
All right. Mr. Warboys?
Your Honour, we take the same position.
Sorry, Your Honor, to disturb, but just to be...
Go ahead, Mr. Rees.
Yes, sorry, Your Honor, yes.
Sorry, Mr. Potch.
Of course. Just so that everybody's on the same page, the objection is to the admissibility as well as to the reading out of the paragraphs. Thank you.
Understood. We will sustain the objection of the prosecution on those items that were mentioned. So do not read them out, and they will not be taken into consideration as evidence in the matter, those portions of the paragraphs. So you may read out.
Thank you, Your Honour. So, Ms Muftari, I'm just going to read out a summary of the statement now. And afterwards, the SPA may have some questions for you. I was born in Magic Village in Poggideva, a town and municipality in Kosovo's Pristina district. After completing school in 2009, I started working at the offices of the War Veterans Association of the Kosovan Liberation Army, that's the KLA-WVA, when I was 19 years old. I work as a technical assistant and I'm a receptionist in the main office. There was no announcement for a vacancy. I found out about the position through a relative of mine who put me in touch with Fatun Klinaku. In turn, he then offered me the job. I remember the first delivery of documents. It was on the 7th of September 2020 at approximately 10 o'clock. I was in my office on the 4th floor, where all the main WVA offices are. There was a cleaner in my office as well. I saw an unknown man in the corridor as the door to my office was open. The man was wearing a mask, baseball cap, sunglasses and gloves. It was therefore impossible to make out any identifying features. I was sat behind my desk in the office and I could see him coming down the corridor. As he entered our offices, he was holding a package in his hand. Initially, he tried to put the package on a table, but then changed and moved into my office. He dropped the box on a small table directly in front of my desk. It was a cardboard box which was quite large. I was sat at my desk when he dropped the box, and he said, quote, "Give this to the one who talks on television," end quote. I asked him who he was, but he did not say anything and then left. I stood up from my chair and I asked him numerous times who he was, but he carried on walking. The man spoke in Albanian and there was nothing unusual or strange about the way that he spoke. I did not pay any attention to the man walking away, nor did I make any attempt to go after him. I was worried that the box might contain a bomb, and I was scared that it was going to explode. I then went immediately into the chairman, Husni Gudzati's office. In the office was Husni Gudzati, Gucati&Haradinaj, Fatun Klinaku, and Çeli Gashi. I knocked on the door and spoke to all of them. I said that someone had just come into the offices and dropped a box and had said, quote, "Give this to the man who talks on the television," end quote. They asked who it was who delivered the box, and I told them he was a masked person, a COVID-19 medical mask, wearing a baseball cap, white disposable medical gloves, and sunglasses. His clothing was all dark, and maybe he was wearing jogging bottoms. It was impossible to see facial features of the man. He was average height, but I could not tell his age nor his ethnicity. He spoke Albanian without an accent. All four of them came to my office to view the CCTV camera recording. The CCTV monitor was in my office. Before they looked at what was in the box, they wanted to check the camera. On the CCTV footage, we all saw the man delivering the box. I wanted someone to check the box as it could have contained a bomb. One of the men grabbed the box and removed it from my office. All 4 men went out from my office, but I stayed in my office. I do not know who opened the box. They continued their activity in Husni's office, and I did not see any of that. I was really scared and stressed at the time, as nothing like this had happened to me before. I was petrified, in fact, because I thought that the box contained a bomb, and for that reason I did not want to open it. Since these events, I've experienced the effects of this trauma. As such, I avoid situations where I would be left by myself in the WVA offices. I was not involved at all in the press conferences that took place. I should also note that I only saw the documents themselves from a distance and was not allowed to see them. The following day, 8th of September 2020, representatives from the Special Prosecutor's Office, SPO, visited the WVA offices. It was lunchtime and everyone was in the canteen, which is on the opposite side of the same floor as the offices. I locked the office and was meant to join the others. I was met on the top of the stairs by SPO investigators who asked for someone from the organisation who was in charge. I told them that Fatun Klanaku was present at the offices. Both Husni and Nasim were on holiday at the time, which made Fatun the most senior person on the premises. They showed me identification badges that stated that they came from the SPO. I asked if they had an appointment. They said that they did not have an appointment, and I told them that I would speak to Fatun. I told Fatun that there were people from the SPA that had arrived to see him. I then brought those people to the canteen. I sat down as well for my lunch whilst they talked for approximately 15 minutes. I was not part of their conversation. I then opened the office door and Fatun spoke with the SPO investigators. From then on, I really was not involved. On the 16th of September 2020, at approximately 3 o'clock, there was another delivery. I was in my office at the time. I was with Chelly Gashi and Elvir Gudzati. The unknown man turned up at the offices holding 3 boxes. One was bigger than the other 2. He came straight in and dropped the boxes on the small table in front of my desk. He said nothing. I just looked at him when he dropped the boxes on the table. I do not recall saying anything to him. At the time of the delivery, Husni Gudzati, Nasim Haradinaj, and Fatun Klanaku and Fake Fazliou were all in Husni's office. After he bought the package, the man went by the lift but seemed to be struggling to find the stairs. He did not press the button for the lift. It seemed as if he went into the restaurant rather than leaving immediately, as far as I recall. I went and told the people in Husni's office what had just happened, and the 4 of them immediately came out of the office. Fatun chased after the delivery man, but I do not know for how long, as I remained in the offices. When Fatun returned, he relayed that the delivery man had put his hand to his waist as if he had a weapon. The man who delivered these boxes was different from the one who delivered the documents the first time on the 7th of September 2020. This man was wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, gloves, a hoodie, and dark blue or navy clothing. He was taller than the first delivery man. His height was the only way to differentiate him from the first delivery man. The boxes were then picked up by Husni, Nasim, Fatun, and Fake and taken to Husni's office. I never saw the contents of the boxes. I did not organise the press conference, but I did show some journalists where the conference room was on the 2nd floor. I don't know exactly how many there were, but including cameramen, there were many journalists in attendance. This second delivery again left me feeling worried and scared. I did not know what the boxes contained. Again, it could have been a bomb. I am female, and I was not able to do anything. Fatun mentioning that the delivery man may have had a potential weapon further increased my stress. Even still now, I'm scared to be left alone in the office. After the first delivery, senior members of the organisation took the decision that we were not to do anything if there were any further deliveries. This decision was taken by the chairmanship of the association, consisting of 23 of the most senior members of the KLA-WVA, including Husni, Nasim and Fatun. On the 17th of September 2020, SPO investigators arrived at the offices. They were wearing caps, but they were not wearing sunglasses. I was at work when they arrived, and I could not recall how many of them there were. They just came in and nodded. It looked like they knew where they wanted to go. I took them to Husney's office, and they dealt with Husney in there, and I returned to my desk in my office. On the 22nd of September 2020, at approximately 10 o'clock, there was a third delivery. I was in my office. At the time, an active soldier with the Kosovo security force was in my office. He had come to collect his membership card. I saw a man emerge from the lift. He was masked and wearing sunglasses, gloves, and a baseball cap. The man put his hands on his waist. When I saw him do this, I was sitting at my desk and I moved my chair. It is an office chair with wheels, as I did not know what he had on his waist. If he had a weapon, then he could have shot me. I was scared and moved to my right just in case he had a weapon. The man had piles of documents on his body, tucked under his shirt. He was lifting his shirt to get the papers out, and that is when I thought he was about to take out a gun. He then took out the papers and dropped them on the floor. At this point, I stood up and went to the door of my office. I said, quote, who are you, end quote. He then shouted loudly, quote, don't disturb me, end quote. After he said this, he then left immediately and went downstairs. Husni and Faton then came from their offices. Nassim was in a meeting with the German K4 representatives at the time. I think there were two of them, an interpreter as well in that meeting. The man who delivered the items was a different man to the previous two delivery men. He was not as tall as the second delivery man. Again, this man was wearing sunglasses, a baseball cap, a mask, gloves, and dark clothing. When he shouted, it was in Albanian, and he did not speak with an accent. I could not make out any identifying features, not even skin colour. As such, I would not be able to recognise the man again. On 25th of September 2020, the SPA turned up at the WVA offices for a search. I was in my office when armed forces came into the offices. A colleague told me that an official from the SPA had said that I had 5 minutes to leave and that I should collect my stuff. They were mainly focused on searching the offices. I was asked by an official from the SPA where Nassim was, and I told him he was not in the office. The whole incident was very stressful and caused me to have nightmares, and I could not sleep well that night. I was never asked at any stage to take copies or distribute copies of any of the documents that had been delivered. I was only asked to take them from one office to another, but I never read any of them, and I did not know what they contained. As it stands, I still go to work, but because I saw the masked delivery men come into the WVO offices, I get worried when I see people in public wearing masks, as they're currently due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I tend to avoid masked people. The whole thing has caused me a lot of trauma and was really quite scary. It was not easy for me to go through these incidents. That's the end of the summary, Your Honour.
Thank you. The panel, for the record, admits the written statement of Ms. Miftari and evidence under Rule 154 of the rules, except the parts of paragraphs 35 and 40 objected to by the SPO. The panel notes that the rest of the statement is relevant and has probative value as it goes to the acts and conduct of the accused in relation to the charges. The contents of the disputed part of the paragraphs 35 and 40 are not relevant. Furthermore, Ms. Miftari is present in court and is available for cross-examination and questioning by the panel. She also attested that the written statement accurately reflects what she would say in court. The panel therefore admits the written statement with a public classification. Madam Court Officer, please assign an exhibit number to the item and state it on the record.
Your Honours, the witness statement will be Exhibit 1D4.
Does the Haradinaj defense have any questions for the witness?
No, Your Honour, we do not.
All right.
Thank you.
Cross-examination by the prosecution, if any?
Thank you, Your Honour. Good morning, Madam Witness. My name is James Patch, and I'll be asking you a few questions on behalf of the Special Prosecutor's Office. You did not know that the documents were going to be delivered to the KLA War Veterans Association offices on the 7th, the 16th, and the 22nd September, correct?
Jo, nuk e dia.
I did not know, yes. That's correct.
You feared that the unidentified person or persons may have delivered a bomb at those offices. Is that correct?
Po,
That's right.
The only thing that the unidentified person said on the 7th of September in Albanian is, and I'm quoting from your statement, "Give this to the one who talks on television." Is that right?
jepja ati
Give it to the person who speaks on TV. That's what he said.
Asked him who he was, but he did not say anything, and he then left, correct?
po.
Yes.
To your knowledge, this person on that day, the 7th, did not speak to anyone else at the KLA offices, correct?
Me atë sa kam
As far as I know, no, he did not.
I have no knowledge of that person on that day, the 7th, speaking directly to Hisni Gucati or Nasim Haradinaj. Is that right?
jo,
No, I have no idea.
You have no knowledge of that person on that day even seeing Hisni Gucati or Nasim Haradinaj, correct?
jo, nuk ka mundësi.
No, I have no knowledge of that, no.
Knowledge, Mr. Gucati and Mr. Haradinaj didn't themselves see the man that day, right?
Jo, nuk e
No, they haven't seen him. With the exception of the cameras, the CCTV cameras in my office.
Turning to the 16th of September, the unidentified person said nothing when he dropped the boxes off in your office, and you don't recall saying anything to him either. Is that correct?
okay. Jo, nuk
I cannot recall him saying anything, no, I can't remember.
And to your knowledge, he didn't speak to anyone else at the offices that day. Is that right?
sa më kujtohet.
As far as I recall, no.
You have no knowledge of him even seeing Hisni Gucati or Nasim Haradinaj on that occasion, the 16th September, right?
Jo,
Nope. Neither Hisni nor Nassim saw him, with the exception again of the images of the camera recordings.
Turning to the 22nd of September, when you saw the unidentified man with the documents, you said, and I'm quoting from your statement, "Who are you? Who are you?" Is that right?
po.
Yes?
The unidentified person then shouted loudly, and I quote again from your statement, "Don't disturb me, don't disturb me," and then he left immediately. Is that correct?
Aq sa e m-
As far as I recall, yes, he shouted, and in fact, I was frightened, and all he said, as far as I remember again, was, "Do not disturb me, do not disturb me."
Anything else on that day? And just to remind you, we're talking about the 22nd of September, 2020.
Jo, mu nuk kam kujtohet.
No, I cannot remember.
And on that day, the 22nd of September, to your knowledge, he didn't speak to anybody else at the offices. Is that right?
Ai ka nejt në
He He stayed in the corridor. He did not come into the offices. He was there and he spoke with a very loud voice, so everybody who was present was able to hear.
And when he spoke with that loud voice, he said, the only thing he said was what you told us earlier, correct? Don't disturb me, don't disturb me.
Match some
As far as I recall, that is correct. Do not disturb me, do not disturb me.
Madam Witness, your statement doesn't mention the third press conference. Could you tell us where you were when that third press conference took place? And that's the one on the 22nd of September 2020?
jam kan
I was in my office during the working hours.
Does that mean that you were present when the third press conference took place? And by which I mean you were present in the offices in general on the 22nd September?
no zero
Yes, I was in my office, but not attending the press conference.
Did you play any role whatsoever to do with, for example, the organization or the logistical arrangements for this specific press conference?
för
Are you referring to the third? I had nothing to do with the conference. I'm a technical worker.
I'd like to show the witness one of our exhibits on the prosecution's presentation queue. It does not have a P number, it's not been admitted, and it is SPOE 00314460 to 00314460, along with its English translation. Thank you, court officer. Madam Witness, if you could please look at the image on your screen. It's on the left on your screen. We see 3 photos, and for now I'd like you to focus on the larger of the 3 photos, which is at the top of that page. Have you seen this photo before, Madam Witness?
på
Yes.
Seen it.
është foto që ka
It's a picture which has been made public by the acting director, Fatos Krinakou, at the moment when we were seen off to come here to give testimony.
Is it correct that on this photo, the larger one of the 3, on the top of the page, you're the person on the right-hand side? Is that correct? The first person on the right.
på
Yes.
Words from you to the person next to you. Could you tell us who the person next to you is?
po besoj që në publik a ka nevojë më përmend
We're in public session. Do we need to mention names? Usually that's done in private sessions, or should we continue as we are?
Thank you for the question, Madam Witness. Your Honor, I refer to you. To my knowledge, these persons, there is no issue with mentioning them publicly. Of course, I don't want to put words in the witness's mouth. I don't know if counsel wants to interject or provide opinion on this.
Ms. Stevenson, any comment?
There's no problem with mentioning names.
Mr. Warboys?
Microphone for his honor, please.
Madam Witness, you may give the name.
është Elmedina
Medina Balaji is the name.
And next to Ms. Balaji, who appears there,
Metosh Kryez
Metush Krueziu.
and immediately next to Mr. Krietsiu, who appears there,
Faton Klinaku.
Faton Klinaku.
Immediately next to Mr. Klinaku, on the other side, of course.
Prem Marashi.
Rem Marashi.
And to the side of Prem Marashi, other than Mr. Klinaku, who is that?
Chil Gashi.
Chel Gashi.
The person we can see at the end on the left of this photo, Madam Witness.
Emin Late.
Emin Lati.
Mr. Pouch, could you identify the date of that photograph? It doesn't show.
Certainly, Your Honor. Madam Witness, from looking at the exhibit, I see that it says December 4th at 11:55 a.m. and the location is Tirana, Albania. Could you confirm whether that was the date and roughly that time and location where this photo was taken, please? If it assists, that would be last Saturday.
Data ka qenë
The date was the 4th of December, the day we traveled to The Hague.
And just one more question about this. Could you tell us why this photo was taken?
unë në murin
I haven't posted that on my Facebook account. I have no idea why Fatos Klinaku has made this public.
Thank you, Madam Witness. I have no further questions for the witness. I do seek admission of this one item and its translation into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honour.
Your Honor, the document will be Exhibit P-162.
There being no objection to P-162, it is admitted. Ms. Stevens.
Your Honour, Mr. Haradinaj has asked that I ask two specific questions. They don't necessarily arise from cross-examination, but with the court's leave, I would just seek to ask those now as well, please. They are relative to relevant.
I'm sorry, relative to what?
Relevant, did you say so?
I say, is it tell us what it is relative to.
It's just the question of what the masked individual said when he delivered the second and third document.
Your Honor, if I may be heard.
Yes.
We've heard no reason whatsoever as to why these questions were asked at the appropriate time, which per the conduct of proceedings would have been precisely after Ms. Stevenson concluded her examination and before I started mine. So I don't understand why questions would arise at this time. Had counsel wanted to confer with his client, he should have done so before I started my examination.
Your objection's overruled. You may ask the question.
Could I ask two questions, please? The first is, when the individual delivered the documents the second time, did he say that he will bring more documents?
I'm not sure. He might have, he might not.
Did the individual say that he would bring CDs?
me atë sa
As far as I recall, I don't think so. He screamed and caused a lot of stress, as far as I'm concerned, so I do not remember.
Thank you, Ms. Mistari. Your testimony is completed, and you will be escorted from... What? Madam Usher, I'm sorry. Some of the panel wishes to ask a question I didn't realize. Go ahead, Mr. Barta, Judge Barta.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Ms. Miftari, good morning. I hope you can hear me well.
Good morning, yes I can.
I have only a few questions in relation to your written statement, which was submitted by counsel for Mr. Gucati as Exhibit DHG 0226, or in Albanian DHG 0159. Madam Court Officer, could you?
It has a P number.
Yeah.
It is 1D4, yes.
Could you please put both versions on the screen for us, please? The Albanian and the English version. Ms. Miftari. Yeah.
Can I? Can I ask the interpreter to speak slightly slower? It's too fast for me to digest it.
Ms. Miftari, according to paragraph 2 of your written statement, you work as a technical assistant, or as you said today, as a technical worker, as well as a receptionist in the main office of the KLA-WVA in Pristina. Is that correct?
Paul.
Yes.
What is a technical assistant or technical worker? What do you do exactly as a technical assistant?
I'm a receptionist. I receive the parties. I show them around, and I process the membership cards for the war veterans.
Are you, Ms. Miftari, also responsible for the homepage of the KLA-WVA?
Jo.
No.
Per Facebook.
Are you referring to the Facebook page or some other? No, is the answer. No, I'm not.
Ms. Miftari, aware that Mr. Gucati has a Facebook account? Are you aware of that?
Paul.
Yes.
Are you, as a technical assistant or a technical worker working for the KLA-WVA, permitted, are you authorized to put documents on Mr. Gucati's Facebook account without his prior authorization? Could you do that?
Jo.
No, I could not. We cannot use the Facebook account of Mr. Gucati.
You just said you could, at least in the English translation, we cannot use the Facebook accounts. Does that mean you're not permitted, you're not authorized to use them, or are there any technical problems, impediments that you can't use the Facebook account? You don't have access, for example, to the Facebook account of Mr. Gucati.
It is Mr. Gucati's own account. He has possession of it, in addition to the other technical staff, technical worker there.
Could you clarify, please, what you just said? The other technical workers have also access to Mr. Guzzati's Facebook account. Is that correct?
I did not say that in plural. I said the other technical worker who is related to the chairman, Mr. Guzzati. With the authorization of Mr. Guzzati, he has been able to access the account.
Can you tell us the name of this other person, the other technical assistant you just mentioned?
Elvir Guzzati.
Ms. Miftari, my second question concerns paragraph 5 of your written statement. Today you told us that the unknown man who dropped who dropped the documents on the table, on your table, said, and I quote, "Give it to the person who speaks on TV." Ms. Miftari, from your perspective, to which person did the unknown man refer when he said this? What was your understanding of that sentence?
No.
I cannot specify who he meant because both of them have appeared on TV, Mr. Guzzati as well as Mr. Haradinaj.
So, according to your understanding, that person referred to either Mr. Guzzati or Mr. Haradinaj. Is that correct?
Additionally, there's Mr. Faton Klinako as well. He also appears on the media. He could have been for all three of them, for Hisni, for Nasim, or for Faton, and I do not know which one in particular.
Thank you. My next question pertains to paragraph 13 of your written statement, where it is said, I quote, "I was not involved at all in the press conference that took place. I should also note that I only saw the documents themselves from a distance and was not allowed to see them." Ms. Miftari, did anybody tell you that you were not allowed to see these documents? And if so, who said this to you?
Document.
The documents were sent to the bosses. The technical staff were not allowed to access them.
Could you specify who are the bosses?
Husni Guzzati, Nasim Haradinaj, and Faton.
Nobody told you that you were not allowed to see these documents. Is that correct? No one of the bosses. No. Neither Mr. Haradinaj, nor Mr. Guzzati, nor Mr. Klinako, or any other person told you that you were not allowed to see the documents. Is that right?
The documents went to Mr. Guzzati as soon as they arrived. I did not go into the office. In fact, I'm not permitted to go into the office, save for business reasons.
Ms. Miftari, according to paragraph 26 of your statement, you said, and I quote, "After the first delivery, senior members of the organization took the decision that we were not to do anything if there were any further deliveries. This decision was taken by the chairmanship of the association, consisting of 23 of the most senior members of the KLA-WVA, including Hisni, Nazim, and Faton. My question is, Ms. Miftari, how do you know that after the first delivery, senior members of the organization took the decision not to do anything if there were any further deliveries? Did somebody tell you this? And if so, who?
Yet, yes, Faton told us. Faton Kinako was at that time secretary of the organization as well as the man responsible for the technical staff.
For my understanding, Faton Klinako told you that the organization was not to do, or that the chairmanship decided not to do anything if there were further deliveries, if further or other documents were provided, were delivered. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm a receptionist and a woman. Even if I wanted to do anything, I wouldn't have been able to. Faton told me to, remain calm, look after yourself, and don't do anything else.
I understand. The next question concerns paragraph 27, where it is of your written statement, where it is said, on the 17th of September 2020, SPO investigators arrived at the offices. So this was, Ms. Miftari, one day after the second delivery. Was this the first time the SPO, the Office of the Prosecutor, the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, showed up after the second delivery, or were there any members of the SPO in the KLA WVA offices prior to the second delivery, namely on the 16th, already on the 16th of September 2020?
The SPO showed up during the first time when they came to take possession of the documents, on the 8th of September, that is.
And after the second delivery on the 16th of September, when did they show up? On the 17th or already on the 16th?
As far as I recall, that was on the 17th again, as far as I recall at this point.
Ms. Miftari, my last question concerns paragraph 34 of your statement. To be more precise, the third sentence, where you said, when he shouted, the third person who delivered documents to the KLAWVA, it was an Albanian and he did not speak with an accent. Is it fair to say, Ms. Miftari, this is my question, that none of the three men who delivered documents on the 7th, 16th, and 22nd of September 2020 spoke Albanian with an accent? Is that right? Is that your testimony?
Yes, they spoke Albanian, and I wasn't able to discern any accent. It was Albanian, that's it.
Ms. Miftari, I have no further questions.
Hi there. Could I just ask Ms. Miftari one point, to clarify a point? Ms. Miftari, when Mr. Klinaku told you not to do anything after the first delivery, could you clarify what exactly did he tell you what not to do after the second delivery? Apologies.
Sorry, Your Honor, can I just clarify if it is after indeed the second delivery? And I might be mistaken, but I seem to think that paragraph 26 talks about after the first delivery.
Apologies, it was after the first delivery.
Albert out.
I think Ms. Stevenson was only confused by her co-counsel.
Would you like me to ask the question again? Yes. Okay.
Ja.
Please.
You told the court that Faton told you not to do anything after you got the first delivery of the documents. Could you tell us what exactly did he tell you not to do?
Either
He said, look after your health and be calm. If a new delivery were to come, that is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevenson. All right, Ms. Miftari, now you are finished, and we hope that you can enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for being with us. The court usher will escort you out.
Thank you.
I've been advised that the next witness has not yet arrived, and so we'll take a break. We'll take a half-hour break. Hopefully she will be here by then. And so we are in adjournment until 11 o'clock. Thank you for your attention.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Same panel still, or same group still here? Same over here, everyone?
No change, Your Honour.
Your Honour, no change. I did want to update the court on one minor point, if I may. Regarding witnesses and preparation for next week of...
Hold on just a second. Okay, Mr. Warboys, go ahead.
Apologies, Your Honour. Regarding witnesses and preparation for the Haradinaj defence next week, I wanted to update the court that we are in the process of liaising with the Witness Security Office. I'm hoping that I'll be able to give the court an update by the end of the day. So if we could leave perhaps 2 minutes before the end of the day for that, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Warboys. We're ready to continue with the next witness, 1242, which is Mrs. El Medina Balaji. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Good afternoon, Ms. Balaji. The court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of the rules. You may proceed when you're ready. You have to read it aloud, Ms. Balaji.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge. Microphone, please.
You may take a seat, Ms. Balaji. Thank you. Ms. Balaji, today we will hear your testimony. As you may know, Mr. Reese or Ms. Stevenson will go first and will ask you questions about your statement. Then the court will have a brief discussion about your statement, and once that is done, the admitted part of your statement will be read into the record. Then the defense counsel might ask you some more questions if they have any. Next, the lawyers representing Mr. Haradinaj may ask you some questions as well. Then it will be the prosecution's turn, and then the members of the panel may have some questions for you. Mr. Reese or Ms. Stevenson estimate that your examination will last 15 minutes. The prosecution's estimate is up to 2 hours. It probably will not be that long, though, and the panel will allow re-examination by the defense if conditions for it are met. Please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. Please also speak into the microphone and wait approximately 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace so that the interpreters can catch up. While you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Who's going to do the questioning? Ms. Stevenson?
I am, Your Honour.
As with the previous witness, please first ask if your statement accurately reflects what she would say in court, and then we will have submissions on the admissibility of the statement, and then you can read what is admitted, and you can continue with examination. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honour. Good morning, Ms. Balaji. So, your name is Almadina Balaji, and your date of birth is the 9th of the 12th, 1994.
Yes, that's correct. And today is my birthday, and I'm celebrating it here in front of the trial panel, testifying in the trial against Haradinaj and Gucati. Today, I turned 27.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, please could you bring up on the screens the English and Albanian versions of her statement. For the record, the English version is DHG 0172-DHG 0176. The Albanian version is DHG 0139-DHG 0143. Ms. Balaji, please could you go to the last page of the statement, which you should have in front of you. You see that there are 34 paragraphs in that statement.
Yes,
Dated the 4th of September 2021. Is that right?
the date is, I have here 16th of July 21, and in English it's 4th of September 21.
So I have the English one, so yes, that just to confirm the date of the English version is the 4th of September 2021. Thank you.
Okay.
And is that your signature on the last page?
Yes.
Could you please confirm that, firstly, you've read the statement recently?
Yes.
That the statement accurately reflects your evidence and what you would say if you were asked questions about it?
Your Honor, in relation to this particular witness, it's our understanding that the Gucati defense is only intending to elicit certain paragraphs of the statement. We would ask that this question be reformulated to isolate the paragraphs that are actually being adduced.
Microphone, please.
Now let's just get through that she identifies the document. And I know you have some objections, and it's my understanding that you do not resist the objections.
That's right.
So it will clarify itself. Go ahead.
Okay. Could you confirm that the statement accurately reflects your evidence and what you would say if you were asked questions about it? Okay. Could you confirm that the statement, the contents of your statement?
Yes. Yes, it's correct.
Okay, Your Honour, we seek to admit the statement.
Now, you may state the paragraphs that you object to.
Thank you, Your Honors. The paragraphs that we would object to would be paragraphs 15 to 26 and 33 to 34. These are for the same reasons that we stated in our email of 7 December 1652, and we understand the Gucati defense has no objection to not adducing those paragraphs.
We do not seek to rely on those paragraphs.
Either orally or within the written statement.
Exactly, both.
Thank you.
In addition, we also don't seek to rely on paragraph 1, so we won't read that out.
1 will be left out as well. Understood? Could you please assign a number to it, Madam Court Officer? And
Your Honour, the statement will be Exhibit 1D5.
I'm sorry, 1 what?
1D5.
D5? 1D, yes. 1D5 is admitted with the exclusion of the paragraphs that were referred to as 15 through 26 and 33 through 34, and on the motion of the defense counsel, also paragraph 1. Anything else, Ms. Reese? Or Ms. Reese, Ms. Stevenson?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Robois?
No, Your Honour, nothing now. I don't propose to ask any questions because paragraph 1 has not been admitted, but if it is raised in cross-examination, if any matters in there are raised in cross-examination, I will seek to re-examine, most likely.
Of course, we will read out the summary of the statement.
Pardon me?
We would like to read the statement out, the summary of the statement.
Yes, yes. Yes, I understand. Nothing else before reading out?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may read out the statement then.
Thank you, Your Honour. So, Ms. Balaji, we're just going to read out a summary of the statement. If you could just listen, and then the SPA may have some questions for you afterwards. At the material time, September 2020, I was working for a media portal outlet called Arbrush Info and was conducting vox pop interviews with citizens in the centre of Pristina, Kosovo. We conducted some vox pop interviews and stopped to rest for a while in order to continue again with interviews with other citizens. Around 10:30 to 11, we continued with vox pop interviews. On the 16th of September 2020, sometime between 11 and 12 o'clock, I mentioned seeing a white or grey car near to where I was sat on the stairs, which are opposite the WVA KLA offices, with my cameraman, Paitim Beitalahu. I would like to add some additional information about this car. I knew at the time there was something suspicious about the car. My intuition was telling me that there was something not right about it. My eyes were drawn to the car. I could see that there were 2 people in the vehicle. I could not make out the license plate or make or model of the car, but I think that it may have been a Dacia or Renault car. I cannot be sure of the model, but I think it was an older model. The car was stopping, then moving forward, then stopping again, as if it was trying to park. However, there was no parking at the junction near the monument where the car was. I therefore thought the car was up to something. The
interpreters kindly ask the speaker to slow down for the benefit of the interpretation. Thank you very much.
The car was stopping, then moving forward, then stopping again, as if it was trying to park. However, there was no parking at the junction near the monument where the car was. I therefore thought the car was up to something. The car was stopping and starting as if it did not know where it was going or what it was doing. I would say that this car was acting very suspiciously, and as such, I could not take my eyes off it. Eventually, the car stopped just a little way away around from the KLA WVA offices, but not too near it. I said to my cameraman, Payton, this was something that we needed to film. At first he told me I was always suspicious of things and maybe I was hallucinating. But I kept saying to Payton that this was my intuition and that I just knew that something was not quite right with this car. The windows of the car were closed, but I could see that the driver and the passenger were both looking around. They were not putting their heads out of the window, they were just looking around whilst inside the car. I then saw a person get out of the passenger side of the car, and I could see that it was a man. He was wearing dark-coloured sports clothing, a black cap, a face mask and gloves. He then got some big boxes from inside the car and was looking around. There is video footage available of this man. He then quickly made his way from the car in the direction of the KLA WVA offices. I cannot recall the name of the street. I then saw him enter the WVA offices to the right from the street, as can be seen in the video footage. At this point, I insisted to my cameraman, Paytim, that he started filming the man coming out of the car. Whilst I was having this conversation with Paytim, my attention was briefly distracted from looking at the car and the driver. After having first seen the first drop-off on TV, I assumed that this could be another drop-off of the documents. I said to Paytim, quote, "Please start filming. I guarantee this was another drop-off," end quote. This conversation went back and forth for approximately 20 to 30 seconds. During this conversation with Paytim, I forgot about the car and my attention was drawn on the passenger. Peyton was on the stairs, and I was sitting on the stairs leaning close to him. We had a direct view of the offices on the corner of the junction where the offices are. I was stood approximately 15 metres away from where the car was parked. A short time later, I also saw the same man leave the KLA WVA offices and turn right after exiting the offices. He ran very quickly, turning right at the end of the road, through a tunnel, and eventually out of my sight. I did not try and chase after the man. I lost the attention of the car. I don't know where it went, and I said to Peyton that I was going to go into the KLA WVA offices and see what I could find out and try and get a statement, as I was sure that documents had been delivered after I saw that he had packages in his hands. I knew from having seen the first drop-off in the media that the documents were delivered by a man who was wearing a mask and a cap, so this seemed very similar indeed with the first drop-off. When I returned to the office and we viewed the video footage, we realised that we had captured the persons both dropping off the documents and leaving the offices after the drop-off. I did not realise at the time that this had been filmed by Peyton, because we were both very stressed from that person. At approximately 4 or 5 o'clock, we published the video footage on arbresh.info. After work, I left home and, as always, followed the news and debates to see what is happening. I would like to note that I did not know that this drop-off of documents was going to take place, and no one had alerted me in advance. I happened to be near the KLA WVA offices by coincidence. I was simply doing my job as a journalist and trying to find out more out of any situation because I myself have done research, but I certainly had no heads up. I would like to say that at no time the SPO or anyone else contacted me after I was at the KLA WVA offices on that day. I was not asked personally, nor did anyone from the SPO contact Arbresh Info, the media outlet where I was working at the time in 2020. Video footage is on Facebook, YouTube. We haven't cut or edited anything from the video footage. That's the end of the summary, Your Honour. But could I ask for a video to be played, please, Madam Court Officer? It should be in the presentation queue, and it's DHG 0495, please. Thank you. Ms. Balaji, can you confirm that that is the video that you refer to in your statement?
Yes, this is it.
I'd like to have that video admitted, please, Your Honour.
Your Honor, the relevance of that video to the cases charged is marginal at best, but given what it is, we wouldn't object to its admission.
Microphone, please.
Please assign an exhibit number.
Your Honor, the video will receive exhibit number 1D6.
1D6 is admitted without objection. Anything further, Ms. Stevenson?
Nothing further, thank you.
Mr. Warboys, anything? Any questions?
No, Your Honour, on the basis that paragraph 1 has not been adduced, if issues on that come up, I will seek to re-examine, most likely.
Thank you. Cross-examination by the SPO.
Thank you, Your Honor. The only questions that we considered necessary to ask this witness would have concerned her conduct inside the KLA War Veterans Association. As it stands now, no evidence of what she does inside the War Veterans Association has been adduced. And so given that, the SPO has no questions.
Judge.
Thank you very much, Judge Smith. I have, Ms. Balaji, a few questions for you in relation to your statement and also questions that pertain to parts of the statement which were not in evidence, especially, or not especially, but including paragraph 1 of your statement, where it is said that, and I quote, "I have been interviewed previously in the capacity of a witness in the case of Haradinaj, the president of the KLA War Veterans Association, WVA, from lawyer Toby Ketman and translator Luminye Ahmeti." Ms. Balaji, what do you mean with being interviewed by Mr. Ketman? Was that a real interview with questions asked by Mr. Ketman or another person and answers given by you? Or was it just an email contact or telephone contact?
We communicated through WhatsApp, and also we met.
Could you please specify the last part of your answer, that you met? Do you understand what a witness interview is?
When I received this statement, I mentioned as a first point that I was interviewed previously, and then they took me the whole statement that is here.
My question was, do you understand what a witness interview is?
Your Honour,
just a second, please.
Your Honour, apologies to arise. Might I suggest an efficient way to deal with this would be to excuse the witness and I can explain factually what...
Mr. Warboys, I have heard what your colleague, Mr. Ketman, explained to us, but I'm interested in hearing what the witness has to say to this, to my question. We will come back to that later, but let me please first ask the question and hear what the witness has to say.
We'll go forward with the questioning.
So do you understand what a witness interview is? Somebody asks questions and another person, a witness, answers these questions. And sometimes, or most of the time, a protocol, a transcript is taken.
I already said that I was contacted by Toby Catman asking me to meet and to talk about my filming the footage. This was why I mentioned it, because it was signed on the 16th of July 2021, it's clear.
So, is your statement that you had indeed, or you were interviewed by Mr. Catman on the 16th of July 2020, and you signed a document on that date?
No, we met in March of 21. And in this statement, I included this fact, saying when I was interviewed. That was all. I just wanted to explain.
Sign a document in March 2021.
Jo.
No.
We will come back to that later, I suppose. My next question pertains to paragraph 4 of your statement, Ms. Balaji, where you said, and I quote, "I knew at the time that there was something suspicious about the car." End of quote. Could you, from your perspective, as far as you recall, tell us what was suspicious about the car?
Since when these documents were brought in the KLA WVA, my intuition told me that this was another drop-off.
Was that at the moment when you saw the car for the first time?
På.
Yes.
So you saw the car, and your first thought was this could be another drop-off. Is that correct?
I saw two persons, and the car kept stopping and moving, and that drew my attention, and I continued to follow.
So it was the way the car, or the driver of the car, drove that car that made you suspicious. Is that correct?
Yes, it was the way the car was being driven that led me to observe it.
And according to paragraph 11 of your statement, and I refer to the third sentence, or excuse me, the fourth sentence, which reads, and I quote, "I said to Pajdim, your cameraman, please start filming. I guarantee that this is, or this was, another drop-off." End of quote. Was that the very moment when you thought that this was another drop-off, or did you have this thought immediately after you saw the car? Or maybe after the man left the car.
When I saw the individual leaving the car, I noticed that he was a man who had sports clothes, had a mask on, and a hat.
So when you saw that man, was that the moment when you thought for the first time that it could be another drop-off, or was that earlier? Can you remember that?
I cannot recall the exact moment. It's only from the way it moved, the car moved, that led me to ask Patim to film. So when the individual left the car, then I pleaded with him to start filming. I stopped looking at the car, which I thought was not of interest, and focused all my attention to the person who had that package, who was carrying that package.
Ms. Balaji, my next question concerns paragraph 13 of your statement, which reads, and I quote, "A short time later, I also saw the same man leave the KLAWVA offices and turn right after exiting these offices, or the offices." End of quote. You said a short time later. Could you please specify this? Was it 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later? So how long did it take from the moment the man entered the offices of the KLAWVA and the moment until he left it again, the offices again? Approximately, if you can say.
I cannot recall.
Can you give an estimate in this regard? Was it more than 2 minutes, or more than 5 minutes, or 10 minutes, 15 minutes? I don't know.
Minuta ndoshta janë shumë.
10 minutes could be too many, but I can't recall exactly how many.
My next question concerns paragraph 22 of your statement, which reads, I quote, "I was in the hallway when the investigators from the SBO had arrived at the offices. They went into a meeting in an office with Haradinaj and Hisni Gucati for more than a few hours. Then Tomigashi, the lawyer representing the KLAWVA, also went into the meeting for a long time." End of quote. Ms. Balaji, was that on the same day when the documents were delivered, when you saw that unknown person, that unknown man delivering the documents, or was that on another day?
It is the same day, the 16th of September, when the files were delivered.
So you observed, as you described it here in paragraph 22 of your statement, investigators from the SPO on the 16th of September, on the day when you observed, on the same day when you observed the documents, the delivery of the documents. Is that right?
I did say that it was on the same day.
And Ms. Balaji, how did you know that these people you saw on that day were members of the SPO?
Sen mbaj mend aty
If I remember correctly, somebody mentioned that. I don't know whether it was a journalist or a cameraman, but some colleague of ours said that, you know, the SBO investigators are coming. I heard it there.
So you heard it, but you didn't personally see any investigators from the SBO. People wearing jackets with SBO or an SBO logo or something.
nuk e mbaj mend, po
I cannot remember. However, I do remember them leaving. I remember that they left without greeting us, the journalists, that is.
And Ms. Bellagi, after these people left, you said, according to paragraph 24 of your statement, the press conference started. Is that correct?
edhe një herë pyetjen.
Can you kindly ask the question again, please?
Of course. Ms. Bellagi, after, according to paragraph 24 of your statement, you said once, and I quote, once the SPO investigators left, the press conference started. End of quote. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Did you, Ms. Bellagi, attend this press conference? Were you there during the press conference?
Po, aty kam qenë.
Yes, I was.
Were there any documents or copies of documents the journalists could take on the press conference?
E mbaj mend që
I remember that the press conference took place in the hallway. I cannot recall any other details.
Press conference, you can remember, now took place in the hallway, not in a separate, in a different room. It was in the hallway. Is that right?
në korridor.
Yes, it was in the corridor. Mr. Husni Gucati, Nasim Haradinaj, and their lawyer Tom Gashi, as well as some other representatives, were present.
How many times, Ms. Bellagi, were you present in these days between the, let's say, the 16th of September and the 17th of September in the offices of the KLWVA? Was it just once, or did you?
Ndoshta më shumë se një herë.
Maybe more than once, given that I'm a journalist and it is my duty to follow events unfolding.
Okay, Ms. Bellagi, my last question concerns paragraph 31 of your statement, which reads, and I quote, I would like to say that at no time has the SPO or anyone else contacted me after I was at the KLWVA offices on that day. I was not asked personally, nor did anyone from the SPO contact abresh.info, the media outlet where I was working at the time in 2020. Ms. Bellagi, did you, or as far as you know, anyone else from abresh.info inform the SPO that you have video footage showing the delivery of the documents?
Nuk e kuptoj.
I do not understand the question, please.
For example, sent an email to the office, to the SPO, indicating that you are in possession of video footage, or Abresh Info is in possession of video footage showing the delivery of the documents? Or did you call? Or do you know that anybody else called from Abresh Info, the SPO?
Ja.
No.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you too.
Could I ask a couple more questions, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Balaji, were you present at the third press conference? On the 22nd of September?
På kamchen.
Yes, I was.
How clear is your recollection that SPO officers were present on the 16th of September or the 22nd of September?
On vetëm i mbaj mend që kanë
I remember them wearing masks, hats, and holding some bags. I cannot recall anything else.
Are you sure that SPO officers were present on the 16th, or could they also have been present at the 22nd, and you might be confusing the two?
nuk po më kujtohet më sa.
I cannot recall any more details.
So are you sure that SPO officers were present on the 16th? Or might it be that they were present on the 22nd? How clear is your memory on those facts about when the SPO officers were present at the KLA-WVA?
Unë thash edhe në
I mentioned that in one of the paragraphs of my statement that I heard there that SBO investigators are about to arrive. I did not see them coming in, but I saw them leaving. They did not greet the journalists. They were wearing masks, hats, and holding bags.
On which date are you referring to?
datën kur unë e kam bërë.
It's the date of the film, the 16th of September.
Thank you. And one final question. Are you sure that Tommy Gashi was present for the second press conference, or was he present at the third conference, or are you not sure?
He was there on the second press conference where the media learned that he was their representative.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour. One question from me first on paragraph 1 of your statement, and if we could have that up just for the record, please. Regarding paragraph 1 of your statement, is it correct to describe your meeting with Mr. Cadman in March 2021 as simply preliminary and scoping?
Yes.
Is it further correct that once you'd met Mr. Cadman, you were then subsequently interviewed by other members of the defence teams for the purposes of establishing your evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm afraid now we have many questions. We would like to seek Your Honor's leave to question the witness at this time.
Oh, I thought you said you had no in.
Many, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead, go ahead.
Yes. Could the court officer, Ms. Balaji, I have some questions for you in relation to the evidence that you've recently given. I would ask the court officer to please bring up video P12, and that is 081-931-01 on the screen. And the transcript is P12ET. Ms. Balaji, I'm going to play you a video of a KLA War Veterans Association press conference and then ask you some questions. Once the video is pulled up, I would ask that the witness be played timestamp from the beginning of the video to 1 minute, and the classification of the video is public.
They are waiting. That's about to start. Let's just greet them. Move over. Greet the visitors, greet them. Goodbye, I hope you find the leak. Come, let's start.
Thank you. Ms. Balaji, you were at that press conference, aren't you?
Yes.
See you on screen at the beginning of that video.
You have to answer yes or no, ma'am.
Paul.
Yes.
The hearing is being transcribed. Is this the press conference that you were recalling in your statement that the judges asked you about earlier?
If
I recall correctly, this is the third press conference after the delivery by the Lightning Strike 3.
Is this the press conference that you were recalling in your statement?
As I said earlier, I think this is the third news conference, and this pertains to Lightning Strike 3.
Madam Witness, in the footage that was played, Mr. Haradinaj said that there will be a CD with more. Did you hear that in the video?
Yes, I did.
In relation to paragraph 26 of your statement, I'll quote, it says, during the conference, Nasim Haradinaj said that the person had said he will bring other files. Do you remember that?
Can you ask the question again, please?
Do you remember what I just said from your statement? Do you recall putting that in your statement? I can read the quote again if you would like.
Okay.
Please.
During the conference, Gucati&Haradinaj said that the person had said that he will bring other files. Did you say that?
Po.
Yes.
And Mr. Haradinaj said something very similar at the beginning of the video we just heard, but it's a different video, press conference you're remembering. Is that your evidence?
Unë mendoj se kjo
I think this is the third press conference. This is after Lightning Strike 3 and the delivery. And I'm repeating this for the third time.
Madam Witness, I'd like to show you another video. This is P4, if the court officer could pull it up. This is also public. And the timestamp that I'd like to play now is from the beginning of the video to 35 seconds. So, Madam Witness, we're going to play the excerpt of this video, and then I'll ask you a few further questions about it.
These are original documents that prove that they come from the KSC. All the specialist chambers of Kosovo, because otherwise they wouldn't have taken them. Another one? Yes. It's for you who film these, otherwise it's okay as far as I'm concerned. Is it okay? Can I take them away? There's another 2 minutes to go.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Ms. Balaji, were you at this event?
po, jam aty afër.
Yes, I'm close to Tom Gashi, the lawyer.
Is this the press conference that you were remembering from your statement?
Po, kjo është
Yes, I think this is the second one after the Lightning Strike 2 delivery. I think it's this one. There's been 16 months have elapsed since then, and my memory is not as fresh.
I understand. And do you recognize Tomegashi in the footage, on the still that you see on the screen?
po.
Yes.
If I told you that this video is from 17 September 2020, what would you say?
Unë kam thënë se
I said that I could not recall the dates exactly, but it was the 16th or the 17th. But I know that it was the day Lightning Strike 2, as it has been termed, brought the packages to the WVA.
But you said in your statement that Lightning Strike 2 was on the 16th of September. Are you saying now that Lightning Strike 2 was on the 17th?
16 atë
I said this 16th, I think, but in my statement I've only said September 2020.
Madam Witness, at paragraph 3 of your statement, it says, and I'll quote, on either 16 September 2020, sometime between 11 and 12 hours, I mentioned seeing a white or gray car, and then it continues. So you said in your statement it was on the 16th of September, isn't that right?
ose me
I said or. I said or on the 16th of September. I've emphasized that.
In relation to the video that we saw admitted when you were being questioned by the Gucati defense, if that video happened on the 16th of September, are you sure that the last video I played you happened on the same day?
Edhe një herë pyetjen të lutem.
Can you please ask the question one more time?
You recall the video that the Gucati defense showed you a little while ago, yes? I'm sorry, just for the record, if you could just,
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
Yes.
Is the video that the Gucati defense showed you and the last video I showed you from the same day?
Nuk është që mbaj mend.
I do not recall it exactly, but I think it is. I think so.
And Ms. Balaji, am I correct that you said in a preparation session with the defense before your testimony this week, you said that you have some confusion over dates? Is that right?
Është një proces që është 15
It's been 15 months. Many other things have occurred since, so I cannot recall them all.
I understand. I would like to show you another video. If could I ask the court officer to please bring up ERN 104-284-01. This does not have an exhibit number. It is public. And it has an English transcript, 104-284-01-TRET. And I would ask the court officer to play this video from the beginning to 28 seconds. And then, Madam Witness, I would have some questions about this.
Zonja Xhelane është një grua.
Miss Julana is a woman a few people know. She has never given interviews to the Kosovo media, as opposed to her husband, who's very known to the public. He's among the first men who, with his omnipotent justice, has touched many people.
Madam Witness, did you recognize yourself in the video footage?
Po unë jam.
Yes, that's me.
And this is an interview with you and Nasim Haradinaj's wife after Mr. Haradinaj's arrest. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes. Correct.
Called Mr. Haradinaj a person of omnipotent justice. Why is Mr. Haradinaj a person of omnipotent justice?
Being aware that the war occurred, I was only 4.5 years old, while today, when I turn 27, there's freedom in Kosovo. So I have a respect for Mr. Haradinaj and all the other fighters who fought for the freedom that I enjoy today. I have described it this way because, alongside many other people in Kosovo, he has been unjustly put into jail.
How long have you known Nasim Haradinaj?
E kam parë vetëm.
I have seen him only on television. It's not that I have been close to him.
Have you ever interviewed Mr. Haradinaj?
Ndoshta.
Maybe. I have taken a brief statement, but not more than that.
Do you remember when you took that brief statement?
Nuk e mbaj mend.
I don't recall.
Madam Witness, when Hisni Gucati was arrested on 25 September 2020, this was a big news story in Kosovo. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Po.
Yes.
Before Nassim Haradinaj was arrested that same day, he made a few public remarks. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
If the court officer could please pull up P4. This is a public document, a public video rather. And I am interested in playing seconds 26 to 35, so 0:26 to 0:35. For the benefit of the interpreters, this video, it looks like you can hear people talking, but there is no sound. I just want you to see the video, and then, Ms. Malaji, I'll ask you a question or two. I apologize, I gave the wrong number. It's P27. This is the video that I'd like to play now. But the timestamp is the same. Thank you. Madam Witness, that's you in the video, isn't it?
Yes?
And that is an exclusive interview you're having with Mr. Haradinaj on the day of his arrest, isn't it?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, one moment, please. I apologize, I'm told it's on the 22nd of September, 2020 is this footage. But Madam Witness, my question for you now is, how did you get this exclusive interview?
I was waiting, and the conference ended, as far as I remember, and I asked him to give me a brief statement for my portal. And I know that it was a very brief statement because I'm a journalist and I have to take care of the news.
You said this followed the press conference that you saw on 22 September, yes?
I think the interpretation or the translation, please. Yes, I think so.
I'd like to show you a small excerpt from that third press conference. Your Honors, for the record, this is P3, and the transcript is P35ET. And the section that I would like played is from 2315 to 2340. Your Honors, for this one, the timestamps in the transcript in the video are slightly different because they come from two different sources. For the benefit of the interpreters, the relevant portion on the transcript, if you're looking at those timestamps, is from 2646 to 2721. And I would ask if the court officer could please play this part of the video.
Come and take them. Take pictures of the chairman. Even if we put them in their pocket, they won't be getting them. I have to record it because they would say that why haven't you given them to the journalists?
Ms. Balaji, do you see yourself in that footage?
Po,
Yes.
In the excerpt we watched, that's you whispering something in Mr. Haradinaj's ear, isn't it? Did you see that?
po e pash.
Yes, I did.
What did you say to him?
Ndoshta I kam thënë për atë.
Maybe I asked him about that interview that I mentioned after the press conference, I think, to have an exclusive interview.
And he agreed, right?
Po,
Yes. You saw it, that he was giving me the interview.
How often did you speak with Mr. Haradinaj in September 2020?
nuk e di, nuk e...
I don't remember, I don't know.
The phone?
Ndoshta e kam...
Maybe I have to ask him to give me a statement because I'm a reporter and that's part of my duty.
Madam Witness, I'd like to read you part of paragraph 17 of your statement. You said that when you went to go see the War Veterans Association, Mr. Haradinaj then stepped out into the corridor and yelled at me, asking repeatedly, "Why are you here? Why are you here? You have become like the CIA." Do you remember that from your statement?
Po, e mbaj...
Yes, I remember, because he was very upset and very tense. He was red in his face.
What you were doing acting like the CIA?
Ndoshta ka bërë ndonjë shaka.
Maybe he was joking.
It's in reference to you having repeated contact with him, isn't it?
Atë nuk e di.
I don't know that.
Did you ever make Facebook posts in support of the accused in this case?
Të them të drejtë.
To say the truth, I had a Facebook account where I published what I did as a journalist, videos, but it was closed in April this year. So now I have a new Facebook account. I don't know, it was hacked, the first one.
Balaji, you didn't answer my question. Did you ever make Facebook posts in support of the accused? Could you please answer that question?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember if I did any such support posts.
And you say your Facebook account was closed in April of this year. Why was it closed?
Pasi që jam gazet...
Since I am a journalist and I have covered several topics, not only about this process, I don't know the reason why.
From your evidence earlier, this was about a month after you first met with Mr. Cadman, is that correct?
Po,
Yes?
Ms. Balaji, do you consider yourself to be a supporter of the KLA War Veterans Association?
First, allow me to explain that, first of all, my first allegiance go to my duty as journalist. Then I support the values of the war, because I was a young child when we crossed over the border to Macedonia through Hanyelezet.
Had the SPO ever been interested in speaking with you, would you have told the War Veterans Association?
I don't understand the question.
I'll repeat it. Had the SPO ever been interested in speaking with you, would you have told the War Veterans Association?
I don't know.
You're here today because you support the accused. Isn't that true?
First, allow me to explain. These two persons, Mr. Nassim Haradinaj and Hüsnü Gucati, for me are not accused. For me, they are being held unjustly here.
Why is that?
For the sole reason that the leak of documents, I think, came from the office of the specialist prosecutor, because the court is stationed here and not in Kosovo. Why did you allow such documents to be leaked? I think that they are being held ransom. They are not accused.
And when you say you think that the documents came from the specialist prosecutor, what evidence do you have for that assertion, if any?
This is my opinion as journalist.
What facts are behind that opinion, if any?
This is my free opinion as journalist.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Stevenson?
If I may just
Yes.
ask a few more questions. Thank you, Your Honour. So, Ms. Balaji, we're going to help you clarify the date of the video footage. And that's the video footage we played earlier. Madam Court Officer, please could we put up again on the screen DHG 0495. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honour. Madam Court Officer, I'm going to ask you to play the video, and could you please stop it when I tell you to stop it? Thank you. Could you stop it now? Thank you. Ms. Balaji, could you take a close look at the man on the screen? Okay, can you see him?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Madam Court Officer, could you then bring up
Yes.
979-10?
Is it in the defense presentation queue.
It's not, Madam Court Officer, but we didn't know this was going to happen, and we thought these facts were agreed.
Your Honor, we're struggling to find an ERN that matches the one given by Ms. Stevenson. To the extent that the question is about CCTV footage, that starts with 091925 at the beginning of each of those videos.
For us, for what we can see, that's not the case. It's 081979-10. Thank you. Would you mind playing that video? Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Could you stop it now, please, Madam Court Officer? Ms. Balaji, did you see that man enter from the lift in the bottom right-hand corner? Paul?
Yes.
You saw with the boxes outside the KLAWVA. Paul?
Yes, yes.
See in the top right-hand corner of the CCTV, I know it's a bit blurred, but it is the 16th of September 2020. Can you confirm that?
Here up.
Can you play it a bit?
Yes, I see 16th.
Can you see that? Could you play it a little bit longer and stop it if possible when the date's clearer?
Yes.
September 2020, the date of the CCTV.
Yes, September, yes.
Do you think it's possible that you went to the offices of the KLAWVA the next day? That would be the 17th. Is that a possibility?
After I saw that person, then I continued towards the offices of the WVA to get a statement.
Yes, I understand that. But my question was, is it possible that you went to the offices the following day as well? The day after you saw this man delivering the boxes? On the 17th of September 2020.
Maybe I did, but I don't remember well. I have forgotten.
So one final question. Did you or anybody else ask for the video to be made public in any way?
To tell you the truth, while I was waiting for the conference to be held. None of the colleagues knew that I had this video. I didn't mention it to anyone. After the conference was over, I went to the offices of arbrecht.info and I talked with my editor-in-chief and editor, and then we agreed to publish it.
How did you publish it?
publikuam
In the portal, which is in Facebook, and in the YouTube channel that arbrecht.com has.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Warboys, anything else? Oh,
Your Honor, just with your leave to ask one question, but the Haradinaj defense can go first.
go ahead. No. Oh, all right, Mr. Warboys.
Subject to hearing the question from Mr. Halling, nothing further from our side, thank you.
Very short, and only in relation to the photo on the screen now. Ms. Balaji, can you see the timestamp on that video where it says 15:32?
Yes, it's a little blurred.
And is that the time when this batch was dropped off?
I don't remember very well the time. I mentioned it earlier because 15 months have passed and I have had to cover a lot of other different events. I didn't focus only on this.
You said at paragraph 3 of your statement that this car that you saw came sometime between 11 and 12. Looking at the video in front of you, is that correct?
Yes, I said it. But in the meantime, I was taking Vox interviews and we had some pauses. It was a sunny day, it was hot, and sometimes we sit down to rest.
No further questions.
Now, Mr. Warboys, anything?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
All right.
Microphone, please.
With your testimony today, Ms. Balaji, and the court's usher will escort you out of the room. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much.
And happy birthday.
Take that.
Defense ready for Mr. Marashi. He is here.
If he's here, then
Yes. They have to wipe the desk down, and then we'll be ready.
I understand. Mr. Bowden will take this witness. Mr. Bowden will be taking this witness.
Okay. Before Mr. Marishi brought in, do we have the same agreement on Mr. Marishi's witness statement?
Yes, we do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Take off mask.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marashi.
Good afternoon.
The text of the solemn declaration that you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of our rules. You may proceed when you're ready by reading it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
You can be seated. Mr. Marashi, today we will hear your testimony. As you may know, Mr. Bowden will go first and will ask you questions about your statement. Then the court will have a brief discussion about your statement, and once that is done, the admitted part of your statement will be read into the record. Then Mr. Bowden might ask you some more questions if he has any. Next, the lawyers representing Mr. Haradinaj may ask some questions as well. Then it will be the prosecution's turn. Members of the panel might also ask you some questions. Mr. Bowden estimates that his examination will be short, maybe 15 minutes. The prosecution estimate is longer, as much as 2 hours, but we don't expect it to take that long. The panel may allow re-examination by the defense by Mr. Bowden if conditions are met. Please try to answer the questions clearly with short answers. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat it or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and of circumstances that you will be asked about. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. While you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the contents of your testimony. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Mr. Bowden, as with the previous witnesses, please first ask if his statement accurately reflects what he would say in court. Then we will have submissions on the admissibility of the statement, and then you can read what is admitted, and we can continue with the examination.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Go ahead, Mr. Bowden.
Thank you, Your Honour. Good afternoon, Mr. Marashi.
Good afternoon.
Your full name is Pren Marashi, and your date of birth, the 14th of July, 1963. Paul.
Yes.
Speak some English, but your intention is, for the purpose of today, to give your evidence in Albanian. Is that correct?
Yes, certainly.
You've been provided, I hope, with a copy of your statement. If not, can you be provided with that copy? Madam Court Officer, the Albanian version is at DHG 0144 to DHG 0147. and the English version DHG 0218 to DHG 0221. I wonder, grateful if they could be displayed, which they are. Mr. Marashi, may I ask you to look at the statement in front of you, the written copy, please, and if you could go to the final page, page 4. Can you see a name and a signature and a date of the 28th of July of 2021?
Oh.
Is that?
Yes. Yes.
The statement has been made, you've been given a copy of your statement previously.
Oh.
You're aware?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
And that the statement accurately reflects the evidence that you would give to this court?
Oh.
Yes.
Your Honour, we would seek to tender or admit the statement in evidence.
I know you have some objections, Mr. Helling, or, I'm sorry, Ms. Belici.
No problem.
If you could please indicate them and your reasons.
Yes, Your Honor. The SP object to the admission of paragraphs 22 to 24 and 26 to 28 of the statement of this witness, considering that the matters addressed in these paragraphs are irrelevant to the charges against the accused, do not provide any factual information, and consist of the unsubstantiated opinion of the witness on irrelevant matters.
And it's my understanding, Mr. Bowden, that you do not object to that objection.
Indeed.
You're willing to have those matters deleted from the material.
As before, the observations made are that there is no objection to the statement being tendered in the amended form.
Thank you. You may now, I'm sorry, Mr. Warboys, do you have any comment?
Nothing, Your Honour. Thank
All
you.
right. You may now read the statement.
Thank you, Your Honour. The statement reads as follows. I, Pren Marashi, will say as follows. I was born in the town of Klina, located in the district of Peja of northwestern Kosovo. I now live in the village of Galavicis in the municipality of Peja in Kosovo. After secondary school, I was conscripted into the Yugoslav army in Sarajevo, where I was from 1983 to 1984. Prior to this, in 1981, I took a demonstration Kosovo with groups of other activists against Yugoslavia. We represented the 6 republics and 2 provinces of Kosovo, and during this time we distributed brochures on trains and buses, and almost everywhere else to make the public aware of the fact that Kosovo should become a republic. I knew that if me or my friends from activist groups were caught, then we could be imprisoned for anything from 6 months up to 10 years. At this time, I knew and was aware that Gucati&Haradinaj's father had been arrested twice for his activities in the cause for the love of the homeland. On the 4th of April 1998, I was formally inducted into the KLA as a soldier, and on the 5th of April 1988, I was made commander of the 4th Battalion of the 138th Brigade on the frontline infantry, where Hisni Gucati's father was one of my infantry soldiers. I was active service from 1998 to 1999. In 2000, I became a member of the KPC-TMK, the Kosovo Protection Corps, after it had been transformed from the KLA. I was a lieutenant colonel. In 2000, I married and started a family. Since then, I own a farm which I inherited from my father. The farm is in the village Gilavices in the municipality of Peja, Kosovo. After the WVA was formed in Pristina, I became an officer for the Civil Military Association I refer to as G5. When the KPC-TMK was established, I was a civil military liaison monitoring team. This is to cooperate with civilian populations. The most painful thing for a soldier was being transformed from a soldier to the KPC-TMK. We also had communications with the International Organization for Migration, IOM, in Kosovo, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE. We had no infrastructure in the KPC-TMK at the time. In coordination with command staff, we would take people to different trainings and would coordinate former soldiers. I was only a link in the chain. Soon after the war in 2000, we established an organization for the war veterans, the War Veterans Association of the Kosovo Liberation Army, KLAWVA, with the main aim of supporting invalids and families of veterans. From 2000 to 2019, I became a member of the Headship Committee, which became the Steering Council of the WVA, a group of 61 members. I was also branch manager for the organization. In 2019, I resigned from the Headship Committee after Hisni Gucati and Haradinaj were elected as President and Vice President. I gave my position to someone else so I could avoid needing to travel to Pristina all the time, as travel was not compensated. I had to travel 180 kilometers back and forth every day. It had become too much of a burden for me. Hisni and Nazim had patriotic military backgrounds, so I knew that we would be well represented in them. I am still a member of the Steering Council. In May 2011, we unanimously agreed as a committee not to cooperate with the Kosovo Specialist Chambers, KSC, European Union Rule of Law Mission in Kosovo, ULEX, and the UN Mission in Kosovo, UNMIK, in a way as we did not trust any of them. We know that the freedom of Kosovo would not have happened without the assistance of the international community, but the KSC was dealing with just prosecuting Albanians, but not Serbs, and this is why we did not trust them. There were hundreds of cases at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, ICTY, where Kosovan Albanians were acquitted. We have had hundreds of KLA members who have been killed, and no one has investigated these cases. ULEX came here to advise, but eventually assumed the role of a prosecutor. I would like to describe the events of the 8th of September 2020, when the SPO arrived at the offices of the WVA. At the time, I was in the canteen area of the offices with Faton Klenaku. 2 investigators came from the SPO, along with 2 interpreters. I did not know their names. I found out later that one was Swedish but Chinese-looking. They said they were from the SPO at the KSC. I was irritated by the behavior of the SPO investigators. The SPO know that the KLA-WVA does not recognize the KSC and will not cooperate with them. No one could force us to speak to them. One of the investigators kept standing and refused to sit down. The man standing, who was masked, said that he was here for security. We said to the SPO investigators, "Do you know where you are? You are in the WVA offices. We provide the security." Faton told them that unless they sit down, then there would be no meeting. Eventually, he sat down, relaxed, drank coffee, and began to be more polite. In the office at the time was Faton, Chelgashi, and I. The SPO were asking us to hand over to them documents that had been delivered. Initially, we were not going to provide them with the documents as per the previously agreed collective decision of the Steering Council, as referred to in paragraph 13 above. Faton then contacted Hisni to ask whether we should hand over the documents to the SPO. Hisni was on holiday in Albania at the time. He consented to us giving the documents over to the SPO. We informed Nazim at this point too. We then handed over the documents to the SPO as per Hisni's instruction. As far as I'm aware, we had no legal advice at the time of the handover. Soon after the handover, I was happy with what had happened. I left the WVA offices and I returned home. As far as I'm aware, Tom Gashi acts as a lawyer in an official capacity for the WVA. I know that Hisni and Nazim have previously spoken to Tom Gashi on the phone for legal advice. I never actually read the documents as I was not interested in them. I am willing to go to The Hague to give evidence. Your Honour, the content of the statement is sought to be admitted in evidence.
Any objection from prosecution?
Beside the paragraphs already mentioned, no objection.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Warboy? Please assign a number to it, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honor, the statement will receive exhibit number 1D7.
The panel admits the written statement of Mr. Marashi in evidence under Rule 154 of the rules, except paragraphs 22 to 24 and 26 to 28 as objected to by the SPO. The panel notes that the statement is relevant and has probative value as it goes to the acts and conduct of the accused in relation to the charges. Furthermore, Mr. Marashi is present in court and was available for cross-examination and questioning by the panel. Is available for cross-examination and questioning by the panel. He also attested that the written statement accurately reflects what he would say in court, and the panel therefore admits the written statement with a public classification. Any further questions, Mr. Bowden?
No further questions on behalf.
All right.
No further questions on behalf of Mr. Gucati and Mr. Marashi. There will be further questions of you, as you know, from the prosecution and their honours. Thank you.
Mr. Warboy?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Helling? I'm sorry, Ms.
No
Belici?
problem, Your Honor. I have a few questions,
All right,
yes.
go ahead.
Yes, please. Mr. Marashi, good morning.
Good morning.
This is Valeria Bolici. I will be putting you a few questions. In paragraph 10 of your statement, you say that you resigned in 2019 as a member of the headship committee of the KLA War Veterans Association. And in paragraph 11 of your statement, you state that you are still a member of the steering council. I have a few questions in relation to these two organs. Can you please explain us what is the...
Excuse me, Ms. Belici, that's paragraph 12 of the English.
That's true.
Okay.
Paragraph 12, apologies. Paragraph 12 of the English. Could you please explain us what is the headship committee of the KLA War Veterans Association?
In the rules of cuts.
Your Honor, the Veterans Organization works like a pyramid. So from its dome, it goes all the way down into the chapters and branches. The central part of it, with the exception of the close chairmanship, there is a steering committee made up of 61 members. That's what's mentioned there. And given that some points from my declaration were excised, I remain obliged to explain a few things about the organization of the War Veterans Organization and its remit. It would be of benefit to you, and given that I have been working for 20 years for the organization, I can attest here that the organization is not an organization of violence. It is a free association of the war veterans.
For right now, just answer the questions from Madam Prosecutor, and then if your attorney has some, if the attorney for the defense has something to add or to ask of you, they will. For now, please answer Ms. Belici's question.
Mr. Marashi, I'm interested in understanding better the structure. You explained there is a steering committee composed of 61 members. Is this correct?
Huh.
Yes.
Committee, something different from the steering committee.
Nuk mundet me kanë antari
You cannot be a member of the closed council if you're not a member of the steering council. The steering council is the highest organ of the War Veterans Association. The closed council, the headship council, has got more duties to carry out, and that's why there is a chairman, deputy chairman, secretary, and other members of this committee that deal with the day-to-day operations of this organization.
You told us that the organization is like a pyramid. Starting from the top of this pyramid, you told us there is a presidency. How many members compose the presidency?
The presidency elected by the latest assembly. It has a chairman and a deputy chairman, and it can decide the membership of this organization. It can go from 6 to 22.
Okay. How many members of the presidency were there in September 2020?
I was not a member of the presidency in September 2020.
How many members composed the presidency in September 2020?
I know how many members the steering council is composed of. I don't know how many there are in the presidency.
September 2020, beside Hisni Gucati, Nazim Haradinaj, and Faton Klinaku, do you recall who else was a member of the presidency?
Can you please ask the question again?
September 2020, were Hisni Gucati, Nazim Haradinaj, and Faton Klinaku members of the presidency?
Yes, they still are members of the presidency.
And do you recall if in September 2020 there were other members of the presidency? Who else was a member of the presidency at the time?
As I explained quite well, I myself was not a member of the presidency and did not attend the meetings of the presidency. I attended, however, the meetings of the steering council.
Do you know whether in September 2020 there were other members of the presidency? It's pretty clear you were not part of that, but do you know whether there were other members besides Gucati, Haradinaj, and Klinaku?
There must certainly have been, but I don't recall the name.
Now, going down from the presidency, the first next layer is the steering council. Is this correct?
Yes.
61 members.
Yes.
Next level of the organization.
There is no other level at the main headquarters. There are branches at the regional levels. The organization, as I said earlier, begins by sub-branches in the municipalities. Then the delegates are sent to the main headquarters, where they elect a steering council, the presidency, the chairman, and so on and so forth.
When in paragraph 10 you say that in 2019 you resigned from the headship committee, are you referring here to the presidency?
The year 2019 is wrong. It's meant to be 2017. It's the time when Hisni Gucati was elected chairman and Nazim his deputy. At the first meeting of this group, I resigned, and my resignation was accepted by the majority of votes.
Correction to paragraph 10 of your statement as it is inaccurate. Is this correct?
Only the year is wrong. It should be 2017, not 2019. It's the time when Hüsnü Gucati was elected chairman. I apologize to the defense, but there's a mistake there.
And Mr. Marashi, do you know how many members does the KLA War Veteran Association have?
Simendoni Santarika.
Do you mean how many members, how many veterans altogether?
It's a association, and there are persons who are members of this association. Do you understand well?
Oh.
Yes.
Persons are members of this association.
Roughly speaking, yes, I do know.
Approximate number of how many members does the KLA War Veteran Association count?
I apologize, but no, I can't.
Is in the order of tens, hundreds, thousands, how many more or less?
But it's not a secret, but because you've been raiding the offices and seizing a large number of documents from the WVA offices without a proper procedure and without leaving proper documentation, you probably have an idea of what the rough number is, but I wouldn't want to speculate, however.
Please answer the question. Are you able to say in which order of numbers the members of the KLA War Veteran Association are? Are like hundreds of members, thousands of members, 10,000s of members, more or less?
Your Honour, may I object? He's been asked this question now 3 occasions, and the last answer was he shouldn't speculate, and I'm sure Your Honour and Ms. Bellici wouldn't wish him to speculate.
We don't want you to speculate, but if you don't know, say you don't know.
Your Honour, I'm not obliged to give out a number, I'm sorry. The Secretariat has the details of every single member of the War Veterans Organization. It is not my job.
They ask you for an estimate. Do you know or do you not know?
Eddie.
I know.
In order to give an answer here.
Over 10,000.
Thank you, Mr. Marashi. I would like to refer to paragraph 17 of your statement, where you refer to the meeting that you had with SPO investigators on the occasion when the first batch of documents delivered at the KLA War Veteran Association was seized. And you state here, we said to the SPO investigators, do you know where you are? You are in the War Veterans Association offices. We provide the securities. Did you mean, Mr. Marashi, that the SPO investigator did not have any authority within the KLA War Veteran Association offices?
Let me explain in detail, Your Honour, how the events unfolded.
We'll go, if necessary, to the rest of the events. What did you mean by this sentence?
There's a reason why we said what we said. It was the way they came in and entered the WVA offices, which went beyond the remit and the code of behavior of them as officials. They set an ultimatum by telling by telling Faton and I, we were in the cafeteria at the time, that you have 2 minutes to report into your offices. And that irritated us, and we retorted by saying, you know where you are, don't you? It was not in keeping with the behavior of an official who kindly seeks a service to be done. There were 2 of them and had 2 interpreters with them.
Marashi, when you told the investigator, do you know where you are? You are in the War Veteran Association offices. Did you mean that the SPO investigators had no authority within the offices of the KLA War Veteran Association?
Normal.
They did not, obviously, because the entire opinion in Kosovo is aware of the stance of the War Veterans Association, that it is against this chambers, would not cooperate with them. So without any representative of the state of Kosovo, the justice system, the prosecution, the police, and so on and so forth. So in the absence of them, we were the ones providing security. No one else was there to provide security in our offices.
Tell the investigators that you do not recognize the Kosovo Specialist Chambers on that occasion.
Po.
Yes.
Your Honor, if the panel wishes, we can stop for the break. Or
How many more questions do you have?
I think I would have another 15 minutes.
Microphone for the honor, please.
Can the interpreters go 15 more minutes?
Or half an hour. Let's see.
Oh, you think more? All right, well, we'll break for lunch then. We'll break for lunch.
Thank you.
Be back here at 2:30.
Thank you.
Yeah. Remember, Mr. Marishi, you should not be talking to anybody about your testimony outside of the testimony you give in the courtroom. You may be escorted from the courtroom now. And please be back at 2:30. All right, we are adjourned. Do you have something, Mr.
Your Honour, only in relation to the management of the remainder of the afternoon, there is another witness who could be called. It would seem that
There'll be enough time, I think.
at least for his evidence in chief, as it is. The question then for Your Honour whether or not you would wish to his evidence to be adjourned overnight, or if
Well, we'll just see if we can get finished with
he'll
it.
be warned to attend. Yes.
Okay. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Usher, you can bring the witness back in. All right, Ms. Polici, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Marashi, good afternoon. Before the break, we were talking about the events of the 8th of September 2020 at the KLA War Veteran Association premises. And you told us that you and Faton Klinakou stated to the SPO investigators that you did not recognize this court. Is this correct?
Exakt.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Barashi, were the investigators there in order to serve an order of a judge of the Kosovo Specialist Chamber? Is this correct?
Nuk është sakt.
No, it's not entirely correct. Let us not forget the way that they made their entry into the restaurant. They did not identify themselves. They had no identification documents. They just orally told us that we had 2 minutes to report into the office, and that irritated us and affected the start of the meeting.
Were the investigators of the SPO there in order to serve an order of a judge of the Kosovo Specialist Chambers?
Pasi që është
After the situation eased down, when the member who initially refused, member of the team who initially refused to sit down, finally did so, then they did produce an order.
And you state at paragraph 19 of your statement that initially we were not going to provide them with the documents as per the previously agreed collective decision of the steering council. Is this correct?
Deklarata është sakt.
The statement is correct, yes.
Initially, you did not intend to respond to a judicial order based on a decision of the KLA War Veteran Association. Is this correct?
Sakt është dhe
Yes, that's correct. And if it weren't for the phone call to the chairman by Faton, that would have been the case.
You and Faton Klinakou called Mr. Gucati on that occasion. Is this right?
jo unë dhe Fatoni, po ka
Just Faton, not Faton and I.
Was made?
po.
Yes, I was.
What Faton Klinakou told Mr. Gucati?
Po normal që e kam dëgjuar është
Yes, certainly so. It's a 3-by-3 room, the office, that is.
Klinakou told Mr. Gucati.
Ajo lutem këto detaj.
Please, these are just details. He said the representatives of the SPA have come in and they want the files, and presumably the answer at the other end of the line was yes, give them to them.
And after the telephone call with Mr. Gucati, you and Fado Clinaco handed over the file to the SPO investigator. Is this correct?
Yes.
To put on the screen the document in the SPO presentation queue, please, Madam Court Officer, is the document with the number 104298 to 104334, together with the corresponding English translation. And I would like to move to page 104301. It's enough the Albanian only, it's just about the picture. Mr. Marashi, is it you in this picture?
Yeah.
Yes, in front of my house.
Book profile.
Yes, and it's a public account.
Do you manage your own Facebook profile?
Yes, only I, no one else.
I would like to move to page 104333 of both the English translation and the Albanian version. This is a Facebook post dated 7th of September 2020, Mr. Marashi, on your Facebook profiles, which reads, after the files, from now on, the special court will work based on the statements of the public protected witnesses. Were you referring here to the events that occurred at the KLA War Veteran Association earlier that day?
Given that you've been following me on Facebook, you will have seen that there are a number of aphorisms on my account. Every single post of mine is publicly available. Sometimes I analyze that one. However, as far as the Kosovo Specialist Chambers is concerned, the stance of the WVA is well known and well publicized. It can be seen from here, or I think it is to do with the Kosovo Specialist Chambers, not the files, which I have not read.
In this post, Mr. Marashi, were you referring to the press conference that was held at the KLA War Veteran Association earlier on the same day, on the 7th of September 2020?
I was not at the KLA WVA on September the 7th.
Please listen carefully to the question and answer to the question. And I'm asking, in this post that you published on your Facebook profile, are you referring to what had happened at the KLA War Veteran Association that day, meaning the press conference of the 7th of September 2020?
Please, there's no mention here of any press conference or the name of a single witness. It is simply my opinion on the work of this court, and I stand by it fully.
Files, to which files are you referring to in this post on your Facebook profile?
This was publicly well known. The media in Kosovo covered the whole thing. It was to do with the files that had leaked from your offices.
It was publicly well known in relation to the press conference that was held that day. Is this correct?
Yes, all of Kosovo was aware of it.
Statements of protected witnesses had been made public that day, Mr. Marashi.
Yes, I remain happy to this day. I can state here that the way this court was set up has made us unhappy for over 20 years. As a former member of the KLA and as a veteran, we are unhappy, and we are unhappy with everything, with all the international missions deployed to Kosovo, including UNMIC, EULEX, and the Kosovo Specialist Chambers. There is nothing to hide here. It's our opinion, and we stand by it, and it's a view which is shared by the overwhelming majority of the Kosovo Liberation Army veterans.
Is shared by Isni Gucati and Nazim Haradinaj.
Well, Your Honour, I would object. It's not within the remit of this witness to comment on behalf of other persons.
Only if he knows. You might want to ask him if he knows how they feel first.
Do you know, Mr. Marashi, if this view is also shared by Mr. Gucati and Nazim Haradinaj?
Your Honour, again, whether or not there has been a direct conversation perhaps with Mr. Gucati or Mr. Haradinaj would be a fair question, but this is again an unfair question I would object to.
Your objection is overruled. It's a fair question. You can answer the question.
When I say the overwhelming majority of the former soldiers of the KLA, that includes the chairman, the deputy chairman, and all the soldiers of the KLA. The publication, allow me to finish, please. The publication and the arrival of these files into the WVA, in fact, should be a question of concern to all of us. We know where it leaks from. It is an action to be condemned. I mean, this is not an issue to take revenge against the KLA veterans. The responsibility should rest with these institutions, not with the soldiers, former soldiers of the KLA.
Answer the questions without divagating. I would like to move to page 104328 of both the English and the Albanian version. This is a post published on your Facebook profile on the 8th of September 2020, which reads, "The life of spies. They seduce them to cooperate, then they compromise them and eventually eliminate them themselves." Are you, in this post, Mr. Marashi, referring to witnesses as spies? Don't you?
Generally speaking, it's spies. And the testimony of their life comes via the publication of the dossiers from the SBO. If these were protected witnesses, how come it was possible that the documents would be leaked? That's their life. I have not mentioned any names. I said spies. Maybe it's spies coming from this court, but spies in general is what I mean to say. History shows that their life is simply like this. These are my posts.
Answer the questions without divagating. So, do you understand well that when you say spies, you refer to witnesses? Is this correct?
Nuk po them dëshmitaret.
I'm not saying witnesses there. Read that status. It refers to spies in general. The same was the case during World War I, World War II, and all wars. Spies have always been betrayed by those they've worked for. On this occasion, it is the files of the SPO. It's a document that and responsibility that you cannot evade. We can try to have a blame game. However, generally speaking, it's their employers who usually betray the spies. It is not our responsibility to protect anyone.
Page 104301 of both the Albanian and the English version. This is a post of the 21st September 2020, which reads, "Hello, waiting for new things, in particular from Lightning 3. Did you know, Mr. Marashi, that Lightning 3 would come to the KLA War Veteran Association on the next day?"
Jo.
No.
That Lightning 3 would come to the KLA War Veteran Association in the next days.
Sepse ishte paralajmëruar nga
Because we had been forewarned by the person who had sent deliveries twice before. And yes, we were waiting for them.
His Gucati and Haradinaj would distribute more documents in the course of new press conferences.
Nuk po e kuptoj pyetjen.
I don't understand the question. In what way distribute? How, in what way were they to distribute? To distribute something that has yet to arrive?
That more documents would arrive to the KLA War Veteran Association, and that what happened already on two occasions, on the 7th and 16th of September, would happen again.
Nderuar gjykatës.
Your Honor, since the first delivery to the WVA, which compromises the specialist chambers, yes, everything was was welcome as far as we're concerned. And that's why I had objections to excising point 22, which centers on our opposition to the specialist chambers. Yes, I was delighted, yes.
I would like to show now the page 104311 in both the English and Albanian translations. This post is published on your Facebook profile, is dated 29th of September 2020, and reads, "Are you spies and bootlickers now convinced that we have killed fear a long time ago, and the stance of Haradinaj is that of the majority of the freedom fighters?" Who are you referring here as spies and bootlickers?
Kjo është çështja e jamja. Unë ju
This is a view of my own. I address public opinion, the public opinion showing that Nasim's stance was a stance shared by all the former Kosovo Liberation Army soldiers. And as a sign of a family that has given a lot for the freedom of Kosovo, he remains an example. And every single member of the Kosovo Liberation Army will share that view, and I am one of those who shares that view.
To Haradinaj, don't you?
I support him. We are co-fighters. We have fought together. We know each other from the early youth, and in particular, my idol was his father.
Thank you, Mr. Marashi. No further question from the prosecution.
Thank you, Ms. Polici. Mr. Bowden.
Your Honour, if I may, arising from the cross-examination, just ask one clarification question.
You may.
Mr. Marashi, you mentioned in paragraphs 9 and 10 of your statement the time you spent as a member of the Headship Committee, 2000 to 2019. And you said that you may be mistaken, and in fact you resigned in 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
That Mr. Hisni Gucati was appointed on the 15th of October 2017. Can you remember?
Yes.
A member of the committee at the time of his appointment.
Kto ma spory,
First, I'm addressing the interpreter because I can see the mention of a word committee. There is no such thing within the WVA. There is a steering council. Upon the election of Mr. Gucati as chairman, I resigned, and that was during the first meeting of the board, and my resignation was approved with a majority of 1.
At the time of his election, you were a member, but you resigned shortly afterwards.
Yes, yes.
No further questions, thank you, Your Honour.
No questions from Mr. Warboy. Any members of the panel have any questions? No questions from the panel. Mr. Marashi, this concludes your testimony. You may leave now. We wish you a good day.
Thank you.
Just before we continue and before we call in the next witness, just to clarify something on the record, the classification of admitted exhibits ID, or 1D5 and 1D6 will be public. Madam Usher, you can bring Mr. Crasiu in. He can remove his mask. Can you hear me, Mr. Cresiu? No. Can you hear now?
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cresiu. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Cresiu?
Yes, Cresiu.
Mr. Cresiu, the court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to our rules. So please read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Cresiu. You may be seated. Mr. Cresiu, today we will hear your testimony. As you may know, I'm sorry, who's going to be doing the questioning, Mr. Rees? Mr. Bowden?
Yes, again, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Bowden will go first and ask you some questions about your statement. Then the court will have a brief discussion about your statement, and once that is done, the admitted part of your statement will be read into the record. Then Mr. Bowden might ask you some more questions, if he has any. Next, the lawyers representing Mr. Haradinaj may ask some questions as well. Then it will be the prosecution's turn. Members of the panel might also ask you some questions. Mr. Bowden estimates that his examination will be short, perhaps 15 minutes, and that the prosecution may have a longer group of questions for you, which may take a bit longer. The panel will allow the re-examination by the defense if the conditions for it are met. Please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat a question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. Please also speak into the microphone and wait about 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace so that the interpreters can catch up to you. While you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Mr. Bowden, as with the previous witness, please first ask if his statement accurately reflects what he would say in court, and then we will have submissions on the admissibility of the statement, and then you can read what is admitted and we can continue with the examination. The floor is yours, Mr. Bowden.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wonder whether the witness may be allowed a copy of his statement. Good afternoon, Mr. Cresiu.
Good afternoon.
What's your full name?
My name is Metuš Cresiu, born on the 14th of May, 1965, in the village of Bubavec, Malisheva municipality.
There is a witness statement that is before you. could you take a look at that witness statement? Madam Court Officer, I wonder, as you are already, if you could place the English version and the Albanian version, and perhaps if we could go to the final page of both. On the statement that you have before you, could you turn to the final page, please? And you will see a name and a signature. Can you confirm that that is your name and signature?
Yes, that's my full name and my signature.
This is the 6th of September 2021.
Yes, 6 September 2021.
Access previously, you've had sight previously of that statement.
Yes, I've seen it.
Contents?
Yes. What I see here is what I said, and it's true.
The statement reflects the evidence that you would give to this court.
Can you please repeat it?
Your statement is the evidence which you would wish to give to this court.
Yes, that is the testimony that I'd like to give.
Thank you, Your Honour. The content of that statement is one which the defence would seek to admit as an exhibit.
Thank you. Mr. Bowden, I know the SBO objects to 2 paragraphs. Can you please state the reasons for your objections and the paragraphs on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. The paragraphs that we object to admitting are paragraphs 19 and 20 of this statement, and the reasons are much the same as we've set out before. In particular, that these statements contain improper opinion, which is not based on facts, and they are irrelevant to the charges against the accused.
Thank you, Mr. Patch. Mr. Warboy, any objection?
Same position as we've taken on the prior statement.
I'm sorry.
Same position as we have taken on the prior statements.
Thank you.
Microphone, please.
To the document.
Your Honour, the statement will receive exhibit number 1D8.
I'm sorry, was it 1D8?
Yes, Your Honour, 1D8.
Thank you. Mr. Bowden, you may now read the statement into the record without the excluded paragraph, or paragraphs, plural.
Thank you, Your Honour. The statement reads as follows. I, Matusz Krieziu, will say as follows. I was born in Bubavec, in the municipality of Malyshev, Kosovo. I have 6 children, 3 sons and 3 daughters. I am currently employed as an economist. I work in a company called Eco-Region, which deals with waste management. I have worked there since 2013. In my early years, I was educated in local schools in the Kiev area of Kosovo. I was conscripted into the Yugoslav army to do national service from 1983 to 1984. I then went to economic school in Peja, Kosovo. In 1987, I finished my schooling. At the end of the 1980s, I worked in agriculture and became a member of the Democratic League of Kosovo, LDK, and became involved in activities which I did until 1998. Because of the oppression that I faced in the 1990s, it pushed me to become a member of the Kosovo Liberation Army, KLA. I joined the KLA on the 20th of March 1998 until the 19th of September 1999, when the transformation happened. In October 1998, I became a platoon commander. In December 1998, I became battalion commander. From 1999 until 2008, I was Chief of Brigade in KPC. In 2013, I became employed in public enterprise in the field of public hygiene. In 2016, I ran for chairmanship of my local branch of the WVA to best serve the rights of veterans that have been violated. I was made chairman in 2016 and I remain so to this day. I am chairman of the Malyshev branch of the WVA. I am also a member of the 23-member committee of the WVA. This committee comprises all the leading members of the KLA-WVA, including the presidency of the Central Office, Hizni Gucati, President, Gucati&Haradinaj, Vice President, Faton Klinaku, Secretary, and the rest of the chairmanship. I was made aware via media coverage that 3 deliveries of documentation had occurred at the WVA offices on separate dates. The stories were covered on RTK, Public Broadcast Service, KTV, and all the other media outlets too. The decision to make public any documents that were delivered was a collective decision taken by the majority vote of the WVA chairmanship, all 23 members. As far as I recall, the vote on whether to publish such documents was unanimous. Hizni, Nazim and Faton just implemented the decision of the chairmanship. The WVA was always against the Kosovo Specialist Chambers, KSC, and we thought these documents that were delivered were linked to the Serbs. Every veteran Albanian is considered a terrorist by the KSC. On the 17th of September 2020, I attended the offices of the WVA. I was assisting with membership cards at the time and was present when the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, SPO, arrived at the offices. The membership cards can only be made in Pristina. The members need them because they help them with free health care. I therefore bring applications to Pristina to make the membership cards there. On this day, I was in the room on the 4th floor where the technical staff were, Tebi, Miftari and Elvir Gucati. The room was on the same floor as the other offices. At approximately 1100 hours, the SPO arrived at the offices. They stayed for approximately 2 to 3 hours. I did not speak to anyone from the SPO. I just observed the situation. Hizni Gucati and Nazim Haradinaj were the ones who spoke with the SPO, but I was present in Hizni's office with them. Eventually, the documents were handed over to the SPO. On this day, I had superficially glanced through the documents. I was moving around and was originally with the technical staff, and perhaps I helped them carry the documents themselves into Hizni's office. There was a box of documents. The SPO then signed a document which I believe to be a handover document, but I never actually personally saw this document. The SPO then took the box and left the offices. I wish to say that I would prefer for myself to be jailed in The Hague instead of Hizni and Nazim. Hizni is wounded in his leg, he has rods in his leg, and he suffers from chronic diabetes. Regarding Nazim, I am unaware of any other family in Kosovo that has suffered more than Nazim's. His parents, wife and sibling have all been to prison. There is nothing more that Nazim can give. I am aware that Tom Gashi is a lawyer who has advised the WVA after the second illicit delivery of documents. To my knowledge, Tom Gashi had stopped acting for the WVA due to other personal engagements, but his assistance was on a pro bono basis, and for that we thank him. I have seen the videos of the third illicit delivery of documents to the WVA. I became aware of the incident through the media. The story was covered on all Kosovo media channels. On the day of Hizni and Nazim's arrest, friends in Malyshev saw the news of their arrests on Facebook and informed me. I then travelled to Pristina, a 40-minute drive, to see what was going on. I felt...
Could the council be asked to slow down, please? The interpreter ask.
Travelled to Pristina, a 40-minute drive, to see what was going on. I felt that this was my obligation. On arrival at the WVA offices, I tried to go inside but was not permitted. The international police, ULEX, had blocked the entrance. Furthermore, Nazim was not trying to run away on the day of his arrest. He was heading towards Pristina. Nazim asked me to calm the situation down on the day of his arrest. I am willing to go to the court in The Hague to give evidence. That's the content of the statement, Your Honour.
It's my understanding that you have withdrawn any resistance to the SPO's objection to those two paragraphs.
That's correct, Your Honour.
The panel admits the written statement of Mr. Creziu in evidence under Rule 154 of the rules, except paragraphs 19 and 20 objected by the SPO. The panel notes that the rest of the statement is relevant and has probative value as it goes to the acts and conduct of the accused in relation to the charges. Furthermore, Mr. Creziu is present in court and is available for cross-examination and questioning by the panel. He has also attested that the written statement accurately reflects what he would say in court, and the panel therefore admits the written statement with a public classification, and the assigned number is 1D8. Mr. Bowden, any other questions?
No further questions, Your Honour. I would point out that I think the live transcript feed seems to have stopped. I don't know whether that's just on my feed or throughout the courtroom.
Mine seems to have stopped as well. Can you check on that, Vicky?
But no further questions, Your Honour.
Mine is working now. Madam Court Officer, mine's not working. Is yours working now?
Doesn't appear to be, Your Honour, no. I'm not sure how we can switch it off and switch it back on again, as Mr. Warboys would recommend.
Maybe Mr. Warboys should do it for us. I'm sorry.
I suppose we could, couldn't we? Just
Excuse me, are the other screens there working? None of them, none of the defense?
No.
Nobody's, okay.
Your Honor, just perhaps not to interrupt the flow of the proceedings, if defense counsel could make it clear if there are any further questions. I might not have any myself, so if you were thinking of taking a break to refresh, that may be a relevant consideration, because I don't think a transcript is needed if I have no questions, if of course that's okay with everybody.
Well, I can certainly ask the question. Any other questions from you, Mr.
No,
Bowden?
no.
Mr. Warboys?
No.
And from the prosecution?
No cross-examination unless anything arises out of any subsequent questions.
Unless what?
Unless anything arises out of any subsequent questions with this witness.
Anything from the panel? Mr. Creziu, this concludes your testimony. You may leave now, and we wish you a good day. Madam Usher, you may escort the witness out. Mr. Buckley.
Can I take this document with me?
I thought he was already gone. I think that's the end of the witnesses for today. Mr. Warboys, You said earlier today that you will have some information for us at the end of the hearing about the plans for next week.
I do, Your Honour. The good news is, of course, we will be able to open next week, irrespective of Mr. Cadman's state at that point. We have been making inquiries about witnesses, and my understanding as of lunch was that witness 1246 was due to arrive in, or is due to arrive in The Hague on Tuesday evening, and will therefore be available next week. Regarding the question of a second witness, Your Honours, I've done a calculation based on the time which we have in the new year. And my understanding is that the estimate for Mr. Haradinaj is around 3 days. The estimate for witness 1254 is around 4 hours. And the estimate for witness 1252 is 2 hours. My understanding is in January we have 4.5 days. With those estimates being accurate, and I would submit based on today's activities that would be fair, our position is that it's entirely possible to take those witnesses within the window in the new year. Given Mr. Cadman's absence, we would respectfully ask the court to grant that indulgence and simply to hear 1246 next week in conjunction with the opening.
Why not 1254 at least?
1254, in Mr. Cadman's absence, which we are expecting will be the case next week, the preference of the defence, given the availability of time in the new year, and therefore the lack of prejudice to the trial completing by the 17th of January, would be for it to be heard then when Mr. Cadman is back.
We also have the matter, Ms. Belici or Mr. Patch, about the 2 witnesses to be recalled for cross-examination. Are they available Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday?
Yes, Your Honour, they are.
All 3 days?
Yes, with a preference for Wednesday and Thursday.
I think probably if you would call them first thing Wednesday, we could take care of those in a fairly short period of time.
Yes, Your Honour. I do, with your indulgence, want to say something about the submissions by the Haradinaj defence just now, Your Honour. Thank you, Your Honour. Just to note that we have heard no good reason not to proceed as Your Honour instructed yesterday. In Your Honour's comments at the close of testimony yesterday, we heard the reasons as to why, in fact, everything should proceed as it should in terms of Mr. Haradinaj being adequately, more than adequately represented with current counsel. And despite Counsel for Mr. Haradinaj's current estimations, we know for a fact, based on the last week and the last months, that unforeseen events may arise. So if we do have a court day that we could use next week, it is in everybody's best interest to use that court day. And I just want to put it on the record that the SPO is ready to proceed with the witnesses now and next week, and we would be ready to cross-examine them as well, of course. And just to note one brief issue, that there will be a filing in relation to the scheduled testimony of the 2 prosecution witnesses, which will be notified shortly today. That's something we're filing in relation thereto. I won't say more than that, but it will be notified, or at least filed today, Your Honour. Thank you.
Just to be correct, we have 4.5 days in January, and if we have the slightest misstep, we would put ourselves in a position of not being able to finish this case in January, which is our stated purpose, and has been our stated purpose since day one. So I believe that we are going to deliberate shortly and ask you just to step aside.
Your Honour, one point that I was about to make before the SPA's intervention was that, of course, to aid efficiency this week and in January, to the extent possible, we would seek to rely on Rule 154 as well.
Your Honour.
We're going to retire to deliberate for just a few minutes, and we will be back, so please stay close. Oh, Mr. Potts.
Sorry, Your Honor, sorry, Your Honor, perhaps this might also be relevant to your deliberation, but especially in light of what Mr. Warburg just mentioned, can we have some clarity as to whether Rule 154 is or is not going to be relied upon in relation to the testimony of Mr. Haradinaj himself? And further, if it is not going to be relied upon, what is the updated estimate for that examination? Your Honor mentioned 4.5 days in January, so that this would have a very big impact, the length of the direct examination.
So who are you going to use Rule 154 on?
For now, Your Honour, I was proposing to deal with it next week in respect of 1246, 1254 in the new year, hopefully, on our submission, and potentially 1252. I would need to take instructions on the position of Mr. Haradinaj, but our submission is we will manage to do it in the days that are available in the new year, irrespective of the approach we take.
As I said, we'll retire to deliberate. I'm not certain about your request, and we will talk about it and be back in a few minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Under Rule 149, Ms. Myers will have to appear in person or by video, but cannot be handled by a 154 rule submission. We are certainly willing to have her testify by Zoom if that would help any. Part of the problem is the number of hours that this could take in January could put us, as I said earlier, to the point that we couldn't close the case as intended. We believe you should be prepared next week to do your opening statement and have 2 witnesses. Which 2 they are is totally up to you. And we will, as we said, cooperate as far as a Zoom meeting if that's what's necessary. And then we will proceed with the other 2 witnesses, including Mr. Haradinaj, after the first of the year. And first thing Monday morning, we will have the cross-examination witnesses here, the recross examination witnesses here for your benefit.
Wednesday.
I'm sorry, Wednesday, yeah. And we will take those the first thing in the morning so we can deal with it. Opening would be Wednesday afternoon. Mr. Rees?
Your Honour, can I ask for some further guidance then in relation to the witness that's due to be evidence tomorrow morning, Mr. Cherry Gashi? It's witness DW 1245. It will assist us if we have some advance notice as to how he is to be examined in chief, as it were. We will be asking for parts of the statement to be adduced under Rule 154, assuming that the witness does confirm that the truthfulness of the statement and, of course, that he wishes to, that to be his evidence in testimony. But assuming that he does, we will seek to, we will ask for the statement to be admitted in lieu of his testimony, save for paragraph 16, paragraph 32, and paragraph 34. We do not seek admission of those paragraphs, so the SPO does not need to make a formal objection to them. We don't seek to admit those. In relation to paragraphs 20 and 22, which are the only other paragraphs the SPO have raised an issue in relation to, they do not object that those paragraphs contain irrelevant material. They couldn't. It's clearly relevant material. That is the testimony that he wishes to give, or at least we assume that he will confirm that tomorrow when he begins his testimony. And in the circumstance of the fact that they are controversial from the prosecution's point of view, in our submission, there's no basis for us not to be able to take advantage of Rule 154. They can cross-examine the witness on those paragraphs and the other paragraphs in his testimony. That is the effect of Rule 154, which, unlike Rule 153, requires the witness to be present for cross-examination on any controversial parts. So we will tomorrow be seeking to admit the statement, save for paragraph 16, 32, and 34 under Rule 154, as is in lieu of his testimony.
You want to offer all of the statement except for 16, 32, and 34.
That's right.
Including in your offering 20 and 22.
Including 20 and 22.
Okay. Mr. Potch, or whoever is in charge of that particular one, go ahead, Mr. Holling.
It looks like it's me. Yes, so we are going to be objecting to paragraphs 20 and 22. It's premature at the moment because the Rule 154 criteria aren't even met.
Yeah.
I'm happy to address it now or tomorrow as the court pleases.
Well, let's assume for a moment that they can be addressed properly. What's your objection?
The objection would be that the nature of these particular facts are more appropriately adduced spontaneously by the witness in the courtroom, and that the principle of orality should find that it's more appropriate to hear this evidence orally rather than simply introducing it in writing. So this isn't our evidence. We aren't going to elicit the account ourselves in cross-examination, but we think given the nature of the facts at issue that it would be more appropriate for it to be elicited in the way that we've described.
And of course, we could accept all of the exhibit except 20 and 22 and allow you to put the witness on for that purpose if you wanted to do it that way.
We could, but we say this, that the principle of orality is maintained and reflected in Rule 154 by the requirement that the witness is present to firstly confirm that the contents of the statement reflect the evidence that the witness wishes to give, and then is available for cross-examination on those parts by the opposing party who does not accept them.
Well, it's an interesting question, and we'll discuss it tonight and give you an interesting answer tomorrow morning then, okay?
So does that mean that my request for guidance to allow us to plan ahead and indeed to give
Well, we've got something. We just know we have those two that we have to decide on, and I guess we can't give you any more guidance than that.
Right. Thank you.
So you wasted all that time for nothing.
Thank you.
Mr. Potch.
Thank you, Your Honor. While we're talking about planning, if it's possible for the Haradinaj defense to identify who the potential other witness would be next week, that would really assist us a lot, because of course we need to prepare, and whether we prepare one witness or the other makes a big difference at such short notice. So if we can be told now, if known, or if not, latest tomorrow, that would be useful.
Are you in a position to say that now?
It'd be better if we could say it tomorrow morning. I will let the SPO know before court starts.
Fair enough. That's fair enough. Okay.
While I'm on my, Your Honor, while I'm on my feet, could I ask make two minor points, please? One is, a minute ago, I think you said that opening would be on Wednesday afternoon. My understanding was we had the first two morning sessions on Wednesday. Is that correct? We only have the first two morning sessions on Wednesday.
You're correct about that, yes.
Am I correct in thinking it'll be the second session on
Well, you said
Wednesday?
there was only, I believe Mr. Cadman had indicated it was a 1 hour opening.
Yes, that would be correct. My question was simply, is it correct that we are only sitting on Wednesday morning and not Wednesday afternoon?
First two sessions.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So it goes into the afternoon.
Fine.
Yes, 2 sessions in the morning, and we will have nothing after.
Microphone, please.
Morning, and there will be nothing after that, so there should be adequate time to do both. And if for some reason Mr. Reese's cross-examination of those other two witnesses takes too long, then we will have to go over to Thursday morning.
Of course, thank you. And Your Honour, one other point which I make, and purely for the purposes of the record, was yesterday afternoon, Your Honours, you'll recall you made comments on the fairness of the proceedings. And I just wanted to make two observations on that, not in the sense of reopening it, but merely just for the record. The first was that on page 115 of the transcript, there was a comment about phone calls that had been made by Mr. Haradinaj to the defence counsel. I have checked with Mr. Haradinaj, and he says he never made telephone calls. I don't know what in fact happened. I am aware Mr. Cadman did have a missed call on his phone, but he had a very high temperature. So I did want to accurately reflect what my understanding of the position was. And the second point was, again, not seeking to open debate on it, but simply to say that, of course, our defence reserves its position in respect of any questions of fairness for the future.
Yeah, the question of the phone calls came to us directly from the registry who monitors calls being made, so that's where that came from. All right, we are completed today. We will adjourn and see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
All rise.